We export raw materials and we import refined finished products. We ship cocoa, gold, timber, and oil abroad, only to repurchase them as chocolates, jewelry, furniture, and fuel at a far greater cost. This model does not serve our people. It has never served our people. It generates foreign jobs, it fuels foreign economies, and funds foreign healthcare and education systems. While our youth remain unemployed, our industries stagnate and our imports balloon.
A member of this House filed an urgent question, which question compelled the EC to come here. A lot of supplementary questions were asked. The Deputy Chair, Dr. Bosman, sitting in for his boss, told us that all they need is security to enable them finish the 3 polling stations. I asked a question, what has changed? Mr. Speaker, we should be careful as a democracy how we are managing this democracy. Mr. Speaker, today we have a member in this chamber from Domi Kwabenya because when it was left with some few polling stations, EC relied on tally cards. Aden Michael Kwe Jr. Onu di onye nipa, onye Ghanini. Michael Kwe Jr. protested, but he did not protest with violence. He did not carry his constituent to the EC Collation Center. He expressed his disagreement in a civil way. Today, we have our colleague Akurugu in with us because EC used tally cards to complete the collation process. And when it is clear that the EC was on course to complete this process, we are being told today that there's going to be rerun of some constituencies. It is unfair, it is unjust. Is it the case, and I don't want to believe that that is the case, that the recent public comment by some senior politicians is what is compelling EC perhaps to secure their job? They want to succumb to the whims and caprices of certain extremists or certain hardliners. It is not fair. Maybe today this thing it is helping some other people. Tomorrow it may be their turn. Mr. Speaker, with all of this said, I would humbly plead with my colleague opposite me to program the EC. We just received Prime Minister Modi talking about our strides in democracy. Let us not wish them away. In the sub-region, many countries wish they were Ghana. They are not Ghana because they took the institutions for granted. And today, they are paying dearly for it. Let's not say to ourselves, had I known, EC must come here and brief us why, in spite of their being unequivocal, they have now changed course.
The Electoral Commission is saying that their own presiding officers did not verify the 19 polling stations. And because their presiding officers did not verify the 19 polling stations, they don't think that those polling station results should be used. And that is why they are deciding to rerun those 19 polling stations. You made reference to the presentations made by the EC in this House. If you recall, after the EC's presentation, I drew the attention to the fact that The matter in contention was the issue of verification of the pink sheets, the scanned ones, and that their own presiding officers did not verify the pink sheets. And that day he was called on this house to help them to have security to collect the results. And I said that for this house to help you, this house has to verify that what you are telling us is true. And I know because everything happened on television and the presiding officers did not verify those pink sheets. So if you want us to help you, we will conduct an inquiry in this house. And if we establish that your own presiding officers verify those pink sheets, then we will direct the police to come and provide you with the protection you need to collect the results. This is what has made them to go back, think over it, and now decide that they have to come clean on the fact that their own presiding officers did not verify the scanned pink sheets. And if the scanned pink sheets were not verified by their own presiding officers, on what basis should that be used?
It appears that this matter of the Ablekuma North constituency standoff that has led to that constituency being the only constituency without representation in this 9th parliament may not be over soon, because the New Patriotic Party has served notice that they will challenge the decision by the Electoral Commission to conduct or rerun elections in the 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency in court. They say they've instructed their lawyers to act accordingly. The NDC believes that given all the issues and as the matters have played out in the Ablekuma North constituency, the decision by the Electoral Commission to rerun the elections in the 19 polling stations is the best way forward to address this debacle. For the constituents, the most important thing is for them to have representation in Parliament. That is what is on their minds, because the absence of it is depriving them development in the constituency. It's a conversation that we'll have this morning here on Key Point. Where do the chips fall after this decision by the Electoral Commission? The Ghana Bar Association earlier in the week renewed the calls for the reinstatement of the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Isaba Tokono, invoking the spirit of reconciliation and urging the nation to rise above what it describes as a culture of settling scores. Well, this is not the first time the GBA is taking this position. This fresh plea was made on Friday, and then that's the June 28th. During that period, and then also on June 30. And what we are seeing playing out now is whether or not the Ghana Bar Association will ever change its position as the Constitution is at play. We'll have a conversation this morning here on Key Point. This morning, the President, John Dramani Mahama, within the week, officially launched the government's flagship 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, describing it as a national reset and a bold strategy to revive Ghana's economy through round-the-clock productivity and expanded export capacity. Beyond the launch, what exactly is going to be put in place to ensure that this is implemented effectively and efficiently to achieve the stated objectives? That is the most important aspect of the conversation about the 24-hour economy. Beyond how detailed, promising, and interesting the policy looks. Stay with us. This is a conversation that we're having this morning with our guest here on Key Point. We're live as well on 3FM 92.7, on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. We're on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly after this quick break.
We export raw materials and we import refined finished products. We ship cocoa, gold, timber, and oil abroad, only to repurchase them as chocolates, jewelry, furniture, and fuel at a far greater cost. This model does not serve our people. It has never served our people. It generates foreign jobs, it fuels foreign economies, and funds foreign healthcare and education systems. While our youth remain unemployed, our industries stagnate and our imports balloon.
A member of this House filed an urgent question, which question compelled the EC to come here. A lot of supplementary questions were asked. The Deputy Chair, Dr. Bosman, sitting in for his boss, told us that all they need is security to enable them finish the 3 polling stations. I ask a question, what has changed? Mr. Speaker, we should be careful as a democracy how we are managing this democracy. Mr. Speaker, today we have a member in this chamber from Domikwabenya because when it was left with some few polling stations, EC relied on tally cards. Aden Michael Kwe Jr. on the Onyenipa, Onya Ganini.
Refined finished products. We ship cocoa, gold, timber, and oil abroad, only to repurchase them as chocolates, jewelry, furniture, and fuel at a far greater cost. This model does not serve our people. It has never served our people. It generates foreign jobs, it fuels foreign economies, and funds foreign healthcare and education systems. While our youth remain unemployed, our industries stagnate and our imports balloon.
That's the President, John Dramani Mahama, within the week, launching this 24-hour economy policy. This was the focal point, or the fulcrum around which the NDC's campaign in the 2024 elections, or ahead of the 2024 elections, evolved. And when the policy was first mooted, a lot of the focus was on the job creation, because it's going to increase productivity hours, or the hours for work, the three shift was the main selling point, because rightly so, unemployment was a big deal going into the election. So we asked political parties the solution that they are bringing to address unemployment, and for this administration eventually winning the election, this was one of them. Then when we started asking questions about exactly what the details of the policy really is, we're told that over time we will get to know. After various consultations with stakeholders, including with the media, before the launch, now we got to know the details of this policy and how the rollout will be. But there are still questions. But within the week, this is what we got to know further. That the various companies or businesses that will sign on to the 24-hour policy, it's not compulsory. It's if you want to do it, there are incentives that you will enjoy. And take a look at this. No import duties. Renewable energy, infrastructure, raw materials, industrial logistics infrastructure, manufacturing equipment, if you're importing all this, specifically under the 24-hour policy to boost growth, industrialization, you will be exempted from paying import duties. There are also other targeted VAT exemptions, and the emphasis is on targeted, so this is not like a wholesale VAT exemption for businesses whatsoever. It's targeted. Then, no corporate tax on strategic agri-production. And so when we asked for some detail, because we wanted to know exactly which areas of the strategic agri-production, what does that mean? So if you're into vegetable production, that's cereals and grains, oil seeds, roots and tubers, animal protein, sugars, they're not alone. There's going to be regular trade expos as well, long-term loan. That's the low interest on loans. And this is going to be primarily through the Development Bank of Ghana, DBG. So one of the major issues that private sector has had is with the cost of loans. That's the interest on loans, which is crippling the private sector. In fact, that's one of the reasons why the private sector is expecting that the policy rate would be reduced in the next announcement by the central bank, because inflation has been trending downwards, and if we've been doing this inflation targeting for quite a while, that is a legitimate expectation from what they say they have. But then again, there's always been the case where government crowds out the private sector, so other avenues of getting loans at a cheaper rate has become a big deal for the private sector. Well, this one said, if you sign on to the policy, you get long-term low interest on loans through the DBG. That's another policy. Also, electricity tariffs will be reduced for businesses that operate within a particular time period, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. State institutions are to prioritize local goods as well. That's the patronage of local goods. That's like a directive that if there is a company locally that is producing something that state institutions need, their default should not be importing them. They have to buy locally. The estimated cost of this policy, according to what was put out earlier in the week by Gusitano, the man in charge driving this policy, is $4 billion. $4 billion. There are those who have views and questions about this, as to whether this is the full amount, this is enough, where this is going to be raised, and so on. And so we ask questions. There was a breakdown of exactly where this $4 billion will come from. And that's what we got to know within the period, according to the information that government gave. This is it. First up, we're getting some $300 million as seed money from government. That's 7% of their total cost, $300 million. That's what government is putting in. Then there's this arrangement with private sector via the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. There's some crowdfunding as well. That is all of us chipping in as we go on. And then $148 million of the 2025 District Assembly's Common Fund also allocated for the 24-hour economy markets, the specific markets that have been designated for this particular policy. Well, fundamental question is, we know that this economy has been described in many, many ways. A gadgets-based economy, an import-driven economy. And in fact, the structures of this economy has been a matter of conversation over the period. For many, many years gone by, we have been learning economics in this country. We know that the structure of the economy is not going to be sustainable in terms of growth and development if we are import-driven and we're so exposed to external shocks that we cannot even forecast and plan very well. Because when we plan for 5 years and even 10 years and something happens on the external front, it throws our development plan off gear. So then what happens next? Something must give. Something must happen. Is the 24-hour economy policy the answer to the question of turning around this Gadgetsburg economy to be self-sufficient? That's the question that we're asking this morning. And the man who's been put in charge and having that direct responsibility of leading this 24-hour economy implementation, the tracking of it, is Gositano, within the week when the launch was done, this is what he had to say. In fact, even during the launch, he made this statement, and before the launch, he had continuously indicated that they were open to a lot more engagement. But in what form will that take? This is it. Take a look at this.
Conducting feasibility studies on commercial projects, aiming to have priority projects investment ready by year's end. Indeed, we have learned that some priority projects already have bankable feasibility studies that only need updating. With the guidance from the Bank of Ghana, in collaboration with Development Bank of Ghana, Venture Capital Trust Fund, and Ghana Exim Bank, we must finalize, and in the process of finalizing, our SME on-lending platform and our value chain lending scheme, so that funds can flow to the 24-hour economic projects and the qualified entrepreneurs who run these projects.
That's Gositano there. Now, he's indicated they are still open. They're open to criticism, suggestions, and evaluation. Well, this morning's conversation is not going to take the form of criticism per se, but also analyzing exactly what this policy intends to achieve. Is it a game changer? Or, as we have seen in the previous instances, a well-intended policy execution becomes a challenge. How do we track the execution of this policy to ensure that the objectives are achieved? Joining me in the studio is Dr. Joshua Zato, is a senior political science lecturer at the University of Ghana, Legon. Doc, good morning.
Good morning, Alfred. Good morning to your viewers.
Welcome. And then also Martin Kwibo is private legal practitioner. He is a member of the Operation Recover All Loot preparatory team. They've wrapped up their work. And also the leader of the Comiprecon Reloaded demonstration. Lawyer Martin Kwibo. Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Morning, Mr. Ocansey. Yeah, it's good to be here once again.
Indeed.
Ghana's #1 undisputed talk show.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
We are lucky.
Yeah.
We are
number
lucky.
one. Oh, in terms of the numbers, we've topped the charts for
That's good.
over
That's
2 years
good.
now.
Let's keep it that way. Let's
Yes,
keep it that way.
yes,
Let's keep it that way.
yes, that
It's
tells
good.
you
It's
that
good for
we are
everybody,
doing
right?
It has to be. Ghanaians want it. Yes. Good morning. Morning to the people of Ghana. Right. And then, as usual, let's do the rituals. Right.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
But the new ritual is the conflict in Nkwanta.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
No. That conflict is not on at all. Not in this day and age. Because the more these conflicts happen, then the more it reinforces the notion that we are not capable of ruling or leading ourselves. I mean, we can't allow this to continue. So please, we are appealing to all the various factions in the Nkwanta conflict to do something. Let peace prevail. Please let peace prevail, right? There is nothing that cannot be sorted out at the negotiating table. Let's do that rather than killing people. And even sometimes you kill innocent people. One of the young men who died, he is even of a different ethnic origin. Stray bullet killed him, the boy in Nkwanta Secondary School. And then the school was shut down, etc. This is very embarrassing. Very, very, very embarrassing. So please, let's let peace prevail. Right. So once
Very,
again,
very
want to
important.
yes,
Very important call.
yes. Ugris Toby Apede. Yes, Toby. Once again, you remember those days, right? He returned the Council of State allowances, right? And he also spoke out against the bad governance, the economic governance that Akufo-Addo unleashed on us. Yes. So Toby Apede. Good morning. Yes, we come to for Akufu Yasantua, former Chief Justice. Akufo-Addo's own relation, who always made it clear that, look, relations or no relations, she would speak the truth, speak truth to power, because if we were to say that because my relation is in this high office, that high office, I wouldn't say anything if anything went wrong, then this country will collapse. And indeed, even in the 60s, Kwame Nkrumah's time, the young pioneers, they were trained to report their parents who did bad things, right? So we've always had a strong culture of whistleblowing and speaking truth to power. It's part of our culture. So anybody who tells you that don't say anything that criticizes an older person or a man in high office is misleading you. That's not our culture. Way back, you can trace over 400 years, we've always encouraged people to speak up. I don't know of any culture that doesn't encourage people to speak up. The other one that you hear that young people only have to be seen, cannot be heard. Let me tell you, it's an absolute falsehood, just crafted in the last few decades by some older people to suit their interests. If you go back, read our various cultures, there's always been an opportunity for people to speak truth to power. That's how come even a chief, the traditional chiefs always had elders. They never made it absolute that the chief alone was everything. He always had elders, and the elders had the right to speak, etc. So please, speak up, like President JM himself has said, right? Speak up, please. Right, then, number 3, we'll greet Ose Adeyo Ajimambedu, the second, Domahini, more fire. Yeah, it looks like in the last 3 months we haven't heard from you. Please continue to speak, because you are an inspiration to a lot of us, a high court judge, a chief, right, and an activist. It's good that you've shown that a chief can also be an activist and can also be a high court judge at the same time, because we need more truth to be spoken to power, more truth to be spoken to power. And then finally, let me join you. I know we are coming to the major topic, but I've always been talking about this Kukon Kitinkiti, this project or government program. And I see a lot of it, featuring the 24-hour economy. I mean, if you say there would be opportunities for people, no import duties and no corporate tax on people who undertake agriculture, vegetables, cereals, etc., then that's also good. It's good. A tie-in. Okay. So we'll come into it in details. Oh, and finally, the 52.5 billion, Auditor General Johnson, the 52.5 billion report, you can't continue to sit on it and have peace. Then you better leave that office. Because that report, we must have it. Otherwise, it's a blot on your record. You promise a report more than 4 years, or you can't alter it. You don't think we think that, then that means that the money has been stolen. We have every right, because over 4 years, you can't alter the report. We think that 52.5 billion was stolen. That's the only reason why you can't write it. Okay? Thank you.
Can I join in on this? On the
Nkwanta matter?
Well, just on the rituals.
In fact, just on the Nkwanta matter, I got a message as well from Governor Judith Tamaklo, is the acting CEO of the National Petroleum Authority. He said, respect to your great panel, I join Senior Martin Pebo in urging the people of Nkwanta to embrace peace. I was born and bred in Nkwanta. May the good people of Achode and Adele embrace peace. We are one people with a common destiny.
Okay.
That
Great.
is
Eddie, good morning.
Eddie, good morning to you. He's a friend. He's a nice guy. So a nice CEO. So
Yes,
thank you,
he's
Eddie.
generally
We all pray that peace will return and your family and everybody else will have peace. Nice guy. But I have 2 simple things to add to the rituals. The first one has to do with our road networks in the Sisala land. I've said this again, and you promised that when the big push comes, you help me to lobby for road. I know. Lobby is thing. You see, we produce the best maize in the Ghana and the whole wide world. The Minister of Agriculture has confirmed that. Okay. It's the farming season right now. Farmers are going to farm. They need a lot of inputs. They need fertilizers. They need seeds. They need pesticides, weedicides. But the roads are bad. It's common to see trucks loaded with fertilizer from Wa to Tumu stuck on the road and they cannot move. But the thing about this is that when you need to sow, you have to sow. If it doesn't come, it will spoil. So please, government, the road, especially the one from Heng to Jeffisi to Tumu to Chicholega, you can add the one from Jeffisi to Golu to Tumu to Kong to Sakai to Walenjang and continue. We need to have those roads because that is the food basket. This 24-hour economy also talk about food sustainability. If where we are producing the food, the maize, this morning there are a lot of people in line right now to buy kenke, to buy banku, and to buy these things. The best maize comes from Salaland. So please, we beg government that in the big push program, don't forget our roads. Help to do them. The second thing I want to talk about is that there was a poll this week from Global Info Analytics saying that the president's approval rate is about 70 to 75%. That is huge. huge. Those are Saddam Hussein numbers. Those are what's his name? Those are Kim Jong-un numbers. Those are Ayatollah numbers. It's difficult and impossible to see those numbers in a competitive multi-party democracy. But I understand why. It means the president is popular. People love the president. Mr. President, in a democracy, favorable poll numbers is currency. It's money. So how do you want to spend this money? How do you intend to spend this leverage? My humble advice from one noble Sisala man to a Gonja man is this. I can say that, you cannot say that. From one noble Sisala man to a Gonja man is this. Please, can you invest this money, can you invest this goodwill in the fight against Galamsey? Mr. President, can you repeal the LI? Mr. President, can you use can you use this goodwill to introduce a state of emergency at the water bodies? Because we are saying that it's an existential threat. This lofty 24-hour idea will be useless if we are all dead. This week, TV3 actually came out with a report that cited on unacceptable levels of lead in cassava. That's just ridiculous. And if we keep doing that, we'll kill ourselves before the 24-hour economy. So, Mr. President, you are popular. Ghanaians love you, and usually you use your popularity to do the difficult things. So that by the time your popularity wins, they are all done. Please invest your popularity in the fight against Galamsey. Repeal the LR and declare the state of emergency, and use treat the Galamsey fight like you treated the emergency holiday bill, or you treated the emergency D-levy bill by state of emergency. Even if you don't want to do that, please treat it like the way you did the e-levy and the betting tax. But whatever you do, Mr. President, let's not end this year like we started. Please. Everybody agrees that we are losing the battle. And the more we delay, the more it gets worse. So thank you, Mr. President.
Well, there are a number of messages. In fact, when you touch on this in Quanta matter, there are quite a number of people who have also weighed in and sent some messages. Dr. Intiam Nkunim says, good morning. It is refreshing that this matter at least gets your attention this morning, because even across the whole week, I have been listening to some of the major media houses, and not much was said about this in Quanta matter, whilst people are dying. Is it not the case that the national security must pay attention to this? To be honest, even if they are, they will not broadcast it. So I will not go ahead of myself to say that they have neglected that matter. And not much is being done about it, right? But he goes on to say that there are students who have been hit with a bullet, stray bullet. And others. One student has also been killed. If you are aware of this, I think Martin People mentioned that. Almost 2 weeks ago. Almost 2 weeks ago, we reported that. Says I would want to call on the needed authorities to pay a lot more attention, and the media to continuously highlight this matter to ensure that it's brought to a proper end. And well, yes, and we would continue to do that. And that's why whenever this matter comes up, Lamatic People has been consistent and to make that call on not just the security agencies, but the people in there. This is a chieftaincy matter, is it not? So if it's a chieftaincy issue, there has to be
need to negotiate, because we don't want to veer into the facts, but it takes human beings. So sometimes when you hear the various factions, you see that it's within the powers of the leaders. They should push their leaders to restrain themselves, because too many people have died.
And we should also thank the security personnel. Sometimes there are men and women there who are risking their lives to bring peace. There are men and women there who are acting professionally doing it. We should also always thank them and also pray for them. And that distance, because look, it's one country, one common destiny. We cannot have this happening. And that's the thing. Stray bullets and stray, because it's the country is such that tomorrow you find yourself here. Tomorrow you just find yourself somewhere else. So you cannot actually, one part of the country cannot actually be on fire whilst the others are sleeping. So please, we are all begging, we are all pleading that put the guns down, let's talk.
Indeed. And this one, I've got another message. It says, good morning. The Nkwanta conflict is very close to me because my wife hails from that area. This is from Jacob. It says, recently, my wife's cousin's grandfather was burnt to death in his room. My father-in-law died 3 days ago, but my wife nor me cannot visit home because of the conflict. People must end the war. Thank you very much, Jacob, for that message. And on that clarion call, we move on to the conversation for the morning. And that is the foundation that I laid earlier about this 24-hour economy policy. It was the main message, the focal point around which the NDC's that's campaign evolved ahead of the 2024 elections. Let me say that Nelson Roxon Dafiamepo is the majority chief whip, and the South Dime member of parliament was to join us. He's had an emergency this morning, and would want to extend the good wishes and then also goodwill to him as he deals with this emergency situation. We would also shortly be joined by Professor Godfred Bobkin. He is a professor of finance at the University of Ghana Business School. He's taking a seat in a bit and would join in the conversation. Dr. Theo Echampong is a political risk analyst and an economist as well. He's going to be joining us in a bit, and we would have a conversation on this matter. And shortly, we'll have lawyer Godwin Eduji Tamaklo, is the acting CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, because this 24-hour economy is a multi-sector approach, and the MPA, we understand, is also an integral part of it. Is going to be joining us as well for a conversation. But Council, you referenced your famous Nkokon Kitin, which excites you, because from the document I see that is also another area that is going to focus agriculture and some incentives in there as well. Seeing the various highlights of the policy and what you have read, does it excite you in any way?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, the 24-hour economy program, all right, was about one of the most exciting programs in the run-up to the 2024 election. You know, corruption is always almost number 1 or 2. But when the JM announced the 24-hour economy, it brought a lot of excitement, right? Yes, because, you know, though we are also very rational, a lot of the time too, we like to be excited. We like to be, you know, get a bit emotional. So no matter how you try to run it down, you can never completely run down the 24-hour economy thing. I mean, it's always been around. Yes, this is not the first time, but you know that going to every election, you need to tell the voters something that they know that this one, no matter how it is wrongly implemented, there will always be some results, right? Yes, so I'm excited that now they've put some more flesh on it. It's good. You see we can run through a few of them.
Yes.
So you see that from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., if you work during that time, the electricity tariffs will be far lower, which is good, right? Then you also look at the
we'll import to the policy as I showed it earlier.
Okay.
The no import duties.
Yes, I can no import duties on renewables infrastructure. I want to spend some time there. That's my research area touches renewables a bit, right? So often when you're trying to get to my research area, you always see renewables. You have to jump over renewables to get there, right? And you see, for the past 4 weeks, I've been talking about in the UK, the energy minister, Ed Miliband, he will tell you that they are doing a rooftop solar revolution, right? Rooftop solar revolution in the UK, where the government is jumping. They're giving lots of money and putting solar panels on rooftops to help wean us off fossil fuels, right? To reduce the oil and gas consumption. So in the UK today, you find that last year, they repositioned themselves as world leaders in renewable energy. So we are talking about solar, right? Carbon capture, wind, etc. So with government saying that there will be no import duties on renewable energy infrastructure, that is a master stroke. Master stroke. Hopefully the Minister for Energy will do more to show us exactly how this will pan out, what is the program government has for renewable energy, because that is the future. Of course, it cannot be immediate. We cannot totally wean ourselves off this fossil fuels, oil and gas immediately. But gradually, we have no option. The world is changing, right? And so we have no option but to, reduce our consumption of oil and gas and rather up our consumption of renewable energy. The sun is there, right? The sun generates a lot of heat. And out of that heat, then we can have solar energy, right? Then the wind, etc. So why don't we? And that's what the government has done. That's bringing renewable energy infrastructure with no import duties. That is stellar, master stroke. Okay, and as I said, the Minister for Energy, I'm sure, and Green Transition will be doing more in that regard to conscientize people, to encourage more people to plug in, because with programs like this, if people don't plug in, no, the program doesn't make much impact, right? Now you also see no import duties on raw materials, no import duties on industrial logistics infrastructure, no import duties on manufacturing equipment. Yes, that's also good. Manufacturing equipment should have no import duties. That's good, because then more people will be able to venture in, and especially when it comes to the existing companies. Yes, usually a research was referenced when it says that existing companies usually create more jobs. So I'm sure when existing companies see that now, those in manufacturing, they can import more equipment with no import duties. Hopefully, it will ginger them to put in more. And then, generally, raw materials, can you imagine? So this is all good. This is all good. So hopefully, I didn't hear that part, but it must be somewhere there. Maybe every 6 months, we should get an update from the 24-hour Economic Secretariat to see what progress they are registering, because we all want to support, right? So when we get the data, then we can, trumpet it, or when we get the data, it doesn't look encouraging, then we can criticize, and, as we give feedback, they can do something better, right? They can improve the system, because you always know that we've always said that in our culture, in various forms, that near Ocha Isano Nimseni Chia. Yes, when you are at the helm of affairs or you're in the saddle, you don't see what's going wrong behind you. So you need the citizens to give feedback. So they should give us more periodic information, and then we can also feed in, and then we would see how it goes. It must go well. And in actual fact, this 24-hour economy, always know that these development projects, they are not always out of nowhere. They are also constitutional injunctions, right? Yes, they are constitutional injunctions. When you go to Article 36, economic objectives, you'll find it. Look, it says the state shall take all necessary action to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rate of economic development and to secure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and suitable employment and public assistance to the needy, right? Then you go to 36.2. The state shall, in particular, take all necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy whose underlying principles shall include, right, the fair and realistic remuneration for production and productivity, affording ample opportunity for individual initiative and creativity, you see, in economic activities, and fostering an enabling environment for a pronounced role of the private sector in the economy.
It's in the Constitution.
Yes, and that you also have ensuring that individuals and the private sector bear their fair share of social and national responsibilities, including responsibilities to contribute to the overall development of the country, right? Undertaking even and balanced development of all the regions, ensure that the most secure democracy, listen to this one, is the one that assures the basic necessities of life for its people as a fundamental duty. So you see?
So this is the directive principle of state policy.
Yes, and we can go on and on and on, set up an agricultural program that will ensure that, there's development. So I see the 24-hour economy as speaking largely to the directive principles of state policy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, on and on and on, social objectives, etc. So that's what the president has done, and we wish ourselves good luck. Let's all put our hands to the wheels, right? Mm-hmm. Let's all put our hands to the wheels. Yes, I've seen some people criticize this. By all means, we need people to even start criticizing before the program is announced. That's Ghana. We've always been like that. It's good. It's not as if we just sing praises all the time. No, people can start making noise even when they've not read the document. It's okay. And we've always said it here that there's always value in noise, because when they irritate you in that manner, what happens is that you begin to think how to make the program even far better, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, so we embrace the naysayers, we embrace criticisms. They are an integral part. We can't have, if we're all to think alike, everybody, we're all of one mind, one mindset, this country will collapse in no time. Mm. Even North Korea, Iran, etc., you still find dissidents. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you still find dissidents. Even when the price is very high, you find people criticize their governments and get into all manner of trouble. Even in Russia, mm-hmm. The guy died, the dissident, the one who was opposing Putin. It was always clear that he would die eventually. He died. Dmitry Medvedev, the name is not coming, it's been a long time. But we all know that he eventually died. Opposition leader, he eventually died, right? So there are many examples. Even Ghana here, Kwame Nkrumah's time, etc. So that is it. So please, the opposition voices are welcome. But if you are more constructive too, it's better. But if you can be more constructive, well, you still talk nonetheless. So those are my initial comments.
But the other concern here, it's important you quoted the Constitution, because even though governance is a continuum, we would have policies like this start.
Yeah.
The president knows very clearly that he has less than 4 years to implement this.
Yes.
Some of the details in there would have to live beyond him.
Yeah.
We have seen policies funded with the taxpayers' money truncated when there's a change in administration. In fact, we spent almost $1 billion on planting for food and jobs.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
As to whether the objectives were achieved or not, the evidence and the verdict is out there for us all to see. How do we ensure that this cycle of truncating development policies like this stops when the Constitution is quite clear about continuum, essentially?
Yeah, so there is the Article 35, Clause 7. It says that as far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by the previous governments. Let's read again. It says, Article 35, Clause 7 of our Constitution, 1992. As far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by the previous governments. So this is a constitutional injunction. So you see that, for example, free SHS, you see government came, is continuing. You remember even the lead up to the election, there was propaganda that the NDC administration will scrap it. It's not possible. Even it's an IMF conditionality that we should review it to make it better, etc. Right? So you see that part, it says as far as practicable. So, Mr. Ocansey, what is expected is that if the program is good and the people can see it is good, then public opinion will weigh on the new government. Even apart from its own conviction that it should continue, public opinion will compel the government to continue. In the same way, if the project is impracticable, so let me give an example, the Agenda 111. That was grandstanding. I mean, where were we going to get money to do those hospitals at a go? It didn't make sense. Building over 100 hospitals at a time, it didn't make sense. And they brought it at a point that citizens were angry to further excite. So that one, you think that JM is going to do that? He can't. It doesn't make sense. Let's be build 110 hospitals, all, or they say 111, all at a time. Where? How? It doesn't make sense. So such a project, it's clear that the government cannot continue it. But naturally, government would build as many more hospitals as possible. So that is it. So that's one practical example, right? So now, more direct to 24-hour economy. The aspects that are existential, so let's say the encouraging agriculture. Yes, you know that without food, we would not survive. So those aspects, it's expected that when the next government comes, the next government will continue, right? Just as so, this, we've mentioned it several times. Feed Ghana is just another name, well, not just, it's another name for planting for food and jobs. Of course, it's been made to look better. But before planting for food and jobs, in the 70s, we had what? Operation Feed Yourselves. And then you would come to the 80s, PAMS card, aspects of it, covered agriculture, the structure adjustment projects, etc. Then you would come to the inclusive growth. NDC, the affairs, the professor is here, the economic project, the shared growth.
Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda 1.
Ghana
Shared Growth and Development Agenda 2.
Thank you. Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda 1, Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda 2. All of them different names. But bottom line, every government that comes will have to support certain industries. There is no two ways about it. So those ones, they are bound to continue, but under different names. But the ones that are obviously burdensome and would kill the economy if they were literally implemented, those ones, the government will scale down. So even if Akufo-Addo didn't have Agenda 111, it's no brainer that this new government has to build more hospitals. You don't need, it's no brainer. Every government will build some hospitals, will build some roads, would give tax incentives to some industries, etc. So those, they are bound, so some are bound to be continued and others are bound to be jettisoned or modified, maybe let's say modified, because you can't totally jettison everything. Are bound to be modified, so you scale down on the rate at which you pursue that particular project. Look, even school projects, see how vindictive we were. Certain school projects, when Akufo-Addo took over, we all know that we need educational facilities. Certain school projects were abandoned. Then they started new ones altogether and finished those ones. This government, James administration came and they are now finishing some of those school projects they started before they left office. You see? So the point is that, yes, I reckon what you're saying, that sometimes we get extremely vindictive. But you know, you can also see that over the years, we are becoming more refined. And then more conscious. More citizens are plugging in. More citizens are holding government to account. So hopefully, the excesses would come down. It's a continuum, like you said.
Indeed, because in the end, it's a taxpayer's money, is it not?
Yes.
I mean, and if you say that, for instance, some policies were not well thought through, but then implemented, knowing that it cannot be completed.
Yes.
And at some point, we need to start holding people accountable. Governments accountable for the dissipation of the resources, of the taxes. Because to the extent that if you have policies that are not well thought through, but you have to go ahead and implement it knowing you can't complete.
Yes, it's true. Especially the Agenda 111. It's just so obnoxious.
It's essentially financial loss, which has to be recouped.
Yes, because a lot of this, if you take Agenda 111, the last time some analysts did some figures, they said we need in excess of 3 billion to be able to finish all those projects.
Dollars, actually.
Yes, 3 billion, in excess. I'm hearing some, maybe 3.6 upwards. It wasn't less than that. Where are you going to find 3.6 billion to pump into only hospitals? Then what will happen to Nkukon Kete, my favorite program. And Nkukon Kete, very, very important. You see, at first people sought to deride GM for it. But agriculture, don't we, the poultry industry is collapsed. So when people were laughing at him when he talked about Nkukon Kete, I was like, but these people laughing, are they aware that the poultry industry is collapsed? So when he says you give Nkukon Kete, so give Professor Bob King maybe 100-day-old chicks, give Pebu 100-day-old chicks, Dr. Zato 300 because he's MPP. Give him 3 times because so that.
How many should we give?
Mischief, exactly. See, mischief detected.
Let him proceed. I think we just have to. You haven't. I think it's on record. You haven't denied that you are a member of the MPP. It's just.
No, he can't deny.
I just continuously make reference to his professional affiliation.
Yes.
So,
exactly.
Yes,
He can't deny me. I was also MPP till about 2002, 2003.
Okay.
I was not happy with Kufuor at all. I thought when Kufuor came, one city would not get lost. Those days on campus, we were told that Kufuor is a very rich man, self-made. Rawlings had not led any good life, blah, blah, blah. When Kufuor takes over, we'll see. He will fight corruption ruthlessly. By no time, yes, I saw with what I saw, nobody can convince me. Kufuor himself was corrupt.
Let's redirect. Let's redirect and
I'm not doing this party things.
Let's not lose focus.
Over 20 years, I see there's wisdom in not
Let's
doing
not lose focus. So that you were making a point. And let me at this point acknowledge the presence of Professor Godfred Bob King.
Yes.
He, as I indicated, was going to join us earlier. He is a professor of finance at the University of Ghana Business School. Professor Godfred Bob King, good morning. Welcome.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, and good morning to our cherished listeners and viewers.
Great.
And good morning to my bosses here.
Also, professor, you pay residential user, RUF, you pay. Then we'll go and give it to Ekwafo. Okay, Ekwafo, you need to take your money from him.
Which one were you?
I was in Ekwafo. He came and
Come on, you guys, you went to Lagos, you go to better halls.
the food you eat.
Food. You should be vandals. How can you go to Lagos and not be a vandal? Come on, you guys, you wasted your years.
That explains why you do what you do.
Exactly, sharp. Because I'm a vandal, and always a vandal.
He came to pet with you.
You were petting in Commonwealth House.
And I had status.
And he was around by a block.
Let me put it this way, I was a petcher with status.
Because you were a petcher.
Somebody donated a bed to me.
You were a petcher, that's all.
Year.
Anyway, so Dr. Tio Champong is also joining us. He's a political risk analyst and also an economist and a lecturer is joining us via Zoom. Doc, good morning. If you could put your picture, the video on, I'll be very glad. As I indicated earlier, Nelson Roxin Dapiamepo was to join us in the studio. This morning, we received a call of an emergency, and we want to wish him well on that. Nelson Roxin Dapiamepo, the majority chief whip. And then joining us on Zoom right now is Godwin Eduji Tamaklo. He is the acting CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, NPA. Because of the situation with Nelson Roxin Dafiampo, Godwin Eduji Tamaklo is joining us right now on Zoom for a quick conversation on this 24-hour economy. Council, good morning. If you can hear us, and thank you for joining us. We'll rectify that connection to him shortly, but these are aspects of the 24-hour economy in the policy document as was published this week. The Growth 24, let's put that on the screen right now. Growth 24 has specific detail on what has to be done or what is expected to be done going forward. This focuses on transforming the agriculture sector. So the first, in fact, there are 8 focal areas of the 24-hour economy, and this is the first, agriculture, as you have continuously emphasized. The Growth 24 focuses on transforming the agricultural sector through technology-driven, climate-smart practices that allow for round-the-clock production and value addition. It aims to ensure food security and reduce post-harvest losses. This is Grow 24. Then there is Make 24. Under this policy, the NDC government will prioritize industrialization and manufacturing, promoting 24-hour operations in factories and processing zones to increase output, exports, and employment. And there's Build 24. This involves boosting construction and infrastructure development with support for continuous building schedules and public and private projects and decent housing in the country. Decent housing. Affordability was also emphasized in there if you read the full document as well. We have gone on this part of affordable housing in the past. So fundamental question is how different this is going to be and how affordable it would be. Okay? Then there is Show 24, centered on the creative arts, tourism, and entertainment sectors. This pillar will support 24-hour cultural and commercial activities that position Ghana as a hub for global tourism and investment. Then there is Connect 24, seeks to improve digital infrastructure, transport networks, and energy systems to enable seamless connectivity for businesses, logistics, and individuals at all times. Then there is Fund 24, focuses on financial inclusion with policy support for banks, fintechs, and microfinance institutions to operate extended hours and facilitate access to credit and financial services. This is key because continuously we've been looking at the financial architecture in this country after the impact of the DDEP and then also the financial sector cleanup, which we continue to pay for, and how the banks are surviving over time. So this intervention to also support the financial architecture, not just the banks, but other financial institutions to also play their role in development is key. There's Aspire 24, human capital development, investing in skills training, education, entrepreneurship, especially for the youth, to prepare them for opportunities within the 24-hour economy. And then finally, there is Go 24, emphasizes implementation and results. So, Matipebo, you were talking about tracking this policy on a periodic basis, say 6 months, and all. We didn't have that much detail of the time frame for tracking and review. But the Go 24 emphasizes the implementation and results, serve as the operational drive to coordinate, monitor, and evaluate the performance of the entire policy framework. So that's the 8th pillar under. So we'll get into all of that.
Absolutely. It's good you brought it out. Like I said, there was a flash of it. So that's it. There. It should flesh it out more.
Perfect. Yes. No, Prof, I'll come to you in a bit on this, but I know, Dr. Zato, you've been looking at it as well, following this beyond the campaign period. Now there's some detail, some flesh that has been put to it beyond the three shifts that was earlier proposed, and then also the further detail that has been given. Because continuously when we're asking questions, we're told that the full document was going to come. Government has put it out there. And then now it's not just about the 24-hour economy, there's accelerated export development attached to the policy as well. Does that excite you?
Thank you very much, and once again, thank you for this opportunity. My friend Martin sought refuge under the Constitution, which is true, the direct principle of state policy to look at this issue. I'm going to seek refuge under the theory, the public policy, because I don't know the law. And I'm going to try to seek refuge under what is often known as path dependency theory. This is a theory we use to analyze how policymakers make decisions. Path dependency basically says that a particular course of actions, once introduced, can be virtually impossible to cancel. A particular course of action. It furthermore goes to say that once a country or a region starts down a particular lane, the cost of reversals becomes so high that they cannot stop it. It is premised on three main propositions. We call them critical junctures, several enforcing mechanism, and the last one, learning effects. That's what I want to say. It says, and as institutional actors become accustomed to the path taken, they become more comfortable and knowledgeable in it, and change become almost impossible. You asked a question earlier, why is it that we seem to be going through a virtual process? A government comes, bring a policy, and then another government comes in. It is because of this. Governments, mostly when they assume power and they have to make a decision, they look at the path beaten. They look at the courses taken, because the cost of the vessels becomes so high that they cannot do anything that is completely different and new. That is why if you look into this 24-hour economy, it is made up of patch efforts from so many other policies in the past, gobbled together to come to this. It's a very wonderful piece, an excellent piece. The people who did it put in a lot of effort, a lot of work to it. They did it very well, and it raises a lot of hopes and expectations that if these things are able to be successfully implemented, the average Ghanaian will be happy. The Ghanaians will enjoy it. But then also, you want to also look to history, in this case, path dependency, to then ask yourself, from whatever you've seen and whatever history has shown us, from whatever we can learn from path dependency, where do you think this policy is heading? The 24-hour economy can be a success if certain things are done, but if not, it will become a mirage. And why am I saying this? Let's look at the first, there's just some few aspects of it I will take. One, we want to look at the funding, the cost of it. Government is supposed to provide almost 88% of this. And almost all that amount of money is supposed to come from the private sector. Through a lot of mechanisms, one of the leading mechanisms is what is referred to as public-private partnerships. Go into public-private partnerships. They are long-term financial arrangements between the consortium and government, mostly 25 to 30 years at the minimum, help to do this. Public-private partners have been around for a very long time now, but they are some of the most complicated policies to negotiate. And this country has shown that we are very woeful and poor when it comes to public-private partnerships. And almost all the big public-private partnership policies we've done in this country have all failed. And so I am hesitant to think that how it is going to be different now. If you look at some of the big ones we've done in the past, the first one will be the SkyTrain project. It was supposed to be public-private partnerships, 2.7 billion. I will not say much about it because it's in court, but it has failed. The SkyTrains are not there. The second big one that you can talk about is, and Prof knows this, the 64 million University of Ghana, Africa Integras public-private partnership. It was supposed to transform Legon. Again, that thing has burst. So our history with PPPs is not a stellar one. I don't know what would be different under this, but if it comes, it's going to be good. Secondly, it is. We've also seen this. I just want to do a comparison within this 24-hour economy and the Ghana Beyond Aid policy. The same thing. As I've said, from path dependency, governments come launch a program to so much fanfare, so much pageantry. But the people who were doing this program, did they see the did they see the Ghana Beyond Aid policy? Did they see it? Probably didn't see it. Or they saw it, but they ignored it. I don't know what it is reference. It's no reference. There's a reason why.
What's it about?
Thank you. It is because most of these policies are very partisan. Ghana Beyond Aid was a partisan policy by Kofado. In the same way, 24-hour economy is a partisan policy by JDM. Because the governments come and they think that they have to put their imprint on important national policy to prove them. The problem then happens is that the moment they leave office, that policy is thrown into the dustbin. And you've seen that partisanship here. This was done in the office of the president. There was no involvement with civil society. Maybe they were consulted, but they were not brought in as this. There was no involvement.
From what I do know, because you say there was no involvement, at least, let me just, based on the information I have, there was some engagement, extensive engagement with major stakeholders.
Thank you.
That I know is on record.
So
and then also, and in fact, some CSOs made submissions. They invited them to submit papers with their suggestions and also proposals into the policy. So that's just to put it on record.
Thank you.
Before you.
When you come up with such a national policy and the partisanship, it is coming from the government, there is no guarantee, there's no way that tomorrow, if you leave office, it's going to be continued. Then I ask the question, where is the National Development Planning Commission in all of this? That is the constitutional body that's supposed to ensure that we have sustainable national development. That is a body that can say that any government that comes in, we can continue with this. You can go back as far as Kwame Nkrumah's 7-year development program, and you will see, oh, this comes and it goes. It comes, and before you realize, a government leaves and does. Sometimes even a change of a minister at the ministry leads to cessation of a policy. JJM right now has about 3.5 years to govern. If all these objectives are not achieved, there will be a change. There will be a new person sworn into office come January 2029. Even if the NDC wins the election, that person may come with his own priorities. Yes. And so this policy, so all the money, all the effort we are putting in this may be thrown out at naught because of deep partisanship. I thought that we could have approached this in a more nationalistic manner, brought in the National Development Planning Commission to champion it, to lead this, so that we know that, okay, it's taken out from the office of the President of the Jubilee House and it's national in character. But right now it is as partisan as the Ghana Beyond Aid, it is as partisan as the 1D, 1F, it is partisan as the planting for food programs, and we know how those policies ended.
So a small comment so that you strengthen your argument. Look, in the previous NDC administration, Nimoy Thompson, when he did the 40-year development plan, because they didn't get as much buy-in from the MPP, when MPP came, they jettisoned it. So maybe your strength would be the involvement of the opposition, etc., but not National Development Commission per se. Because Nimoy Thompson is around the 40-year development plan. It's about MPP threw, your people threw it out. Okay. So what did we learn from that history? I think Nimoy Thompson is back in government. Yeah. What did we learn? So why don't we? It was always clear. We were irritated. So talk about the opposition.
So it's just the inclusiveness.
So Nimoy Thompson is back in government, and the government. So why don't we include the opposition in this too, to give it a national character? Yeah. Why don't we say that, okay, look, history has shown us that when we go down this partisan rat hole, policies are truncated. A lot of money spent in it is going to waste. A lot of us are going to waste. So why don't we do that? For me, this is so important and so critical that we should have taken that path, but we didn't do it. And precisely because we don't do it, the history has shown us that this is where the policy is heading towards doom. But the most important thing I want to talk about this one was the question about rebates, the question about incentives. Throughout the campaign, the most important aspect of this policy was that it was going to solve unemployment. 1 job, 3 shifts. That was the argument that was put out there. Of course, sometimes when you campaign in poetry, but you govern in prose. So it was easier to frame it like that. So a lot of young people are asking for jobs, and they are hoping that with this new policy is going to happen. I mean, it's exciting to see that 1 job, 3 different people get a job. You and I, Prof, we start work at 7 a.m., right? And we close at almost 8:39 p.m. at Legon, right? So I was asked the idea, how are you going to have this? And now we have the details here. That is going to be based on what incentives. You are going to incentivize a company and give the company money. And then when the company gets the money, then the company says, okay, because of these incentives, I'm going to run another shift. So for instance, the company was doing regular business, closes at 4:30. They don't get anything. Now, if they add 1 more shift, that means they are now closing around 8 p.m., 9 p.m. What will happen? You give them 25% rebate on corporate tax. If they go 3 shifts, you give them 50% on corporate tax. The understanding is that these rebates, this help will make companies what? Add more shifts and recruit more people, and then increase employment. That is the fundamental idea. So the argument then seems to be that the reason why companies and businesses are not doing 3 or 4 shifts in employment is because they don't have incentives. That is that argument becomes wrong. Because if you don't want to look at it, let's peel back. Mr. Matthew, you run a law firm, chamber. Are you running 24 hours? And is it because of lack of incentives? I don't think so.
We are 24 hours, basically.
Okay. Yeah. Because you close and you go home. But if the demand arises, if somebody calls you, a client calls you at midnight, you will run and go. Yeah. But if a client doesn't call you, you are going to sleep. You are going to fine.
But in the scheme of things, you also don't discount the importance of incentives.
Good. I'm not discounting.
Essentially, in incentivizing businesses to
I agree.
Do more than what they are doing now.
Roland, I do. Look, let's go back to, I want to take a policy, okay, 1D, 1F. 1D, 1F actually gave a 5-year tax-free incentive to business to establish. That was, in fact, I think that is bigger than this current one. It did. We've always incentivized private companies to go. Kufuor's golden age of business had incentives for private companies. It has always been. But the question is, why hasn't it gone? Why haven't they responded? So my point is, or my fundamental argument is this. The reason why business are running 24-hour economy is not because they don't have incentives. That's not the reason. So to correct that, it's not. I ask the question, take Ghana Commercial Bank. Ghana Commercial Bank has a branch in Tumi. Ghana Commercial Bank will not run a 24-hour economy in Tumi because everybody is asleep, almost asleep, around midnight. So why would the bank be closed when people are asleep? If you go to, what's the name? Times Square in New York, probably the busiest place in the world. Times Square sleeps when the tourists go to sleep. When there's no demand, the tourists go to sleep. Times Square is not going to open because there are incentives coming. Times Square will open because the tourists are still there. So my question is that, how are you going to keep this demand? So Ghana Commercial Bank is not going to remain open just because you promised them an incentive. They won't do that. Because they will direct people go to our ATM, use our online marketing. There's no need for them to physically open to employ 3 people. Or 4 people. If you go north of Ashanti region and go to where they farm, there are 2 big industrialist farmers. One is John Dima. John Dima is from Sisala West. He won the National Best Farmer Award for maize. The other one is Doho Sumaila. Doho Sumaila is from Sisala East. Doho Sumaila is an agriculturalist. He has transformed agriculture. He's doing very amazing things for himself. These are people who did it by themselves and they've come. They'll be very happy to take agriculture to the next level. But they're not going to the question is, will John Dima or will Doho Sumaila have a second shift just because of these promised incentives? Will they have 3 shifts because of these incentives? They are going to sleep at night when they sleep. It's the farming season. When the season after harvesting, they are going to go home. These 2 industrialists are not just going to say, hey, because of the 24-hour economy, because of the promise of incentives, then we are going to run 3 shifts.
Well, but essentially, if you're talking about, for instance, the agriculture, have you seen the full document?
I've seen. I said I'm talking about one particular thing.
Because you're making specific statements.
I'm picking aspects of it. We cannot just. I'm saying that we are minor.
Because the question I'm going to ask is predicated on the aspects of the full document. That's why I'm asking if you have seen the full document.
I've seen the document, and I'm taking aspects of it. I'm trying to analyze. I cannot.
Yes, because the question you asked about, for instance, agriculture and running a farm with 3 different shifts. There's nowhere in the policy that says you're going to farm at night. You see, that's why
I've not said that. All I'm trying to say.
That's why I wanted to find out if you have seen the full document. Then I can ask the questions based on your knowledge of the full document.
I've not said there's a policy that says farm at night, but I'm saying that there are rebates. Pillar 6 talks about rebates. And the rebates are supposed to be incentives given to businesses. And it says that if you go 25%, like if you add another shift.
If you do 2 shifts.
25%. If you do 3 shifts, you get it. To business. It's an incentive. Exactly. So I'm trying to extrapolate that and extend it to the argument. That's why I've made 2 examples. So you are Ghana Commercial Bank. You say, hey, how do I get 25 or 50% rebate?
Yes.
The policy says...
The agric one. The one that you referenced, the farming.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There are specific incentives that have been proposed to farmers who would hook onto the policy.
Yes.
That doesn't include 3 shifts.
But I'm making
a lot more about the rebates there, the import duties that will be waived on items, equipment that will be imported specifically for agribusiness or agriculture-related businesses.
Agree, but I'm talking about...
How about that?
I'm saying this, no, again, I have no problem with incentives to business. It's good. Import duties is a good. Import duties has always been a burden on businesses. I like it. I love it. It's beautiful. It should come on board. But I'm trying to give specific example to specific businesses. And I'm saying these are businesses. And as businesses, will they benefit? How do they stand to benefit? That's the question I'm asking. So I'm extending that rebate. And I'm saying that if you're a small business or medium business, how do you stand to benefit? And we can extend that logic very far. What is going to make it? Will a business today wake up and say, hey, you know what? Under this 24-hour economy, I can get 25% rebate, I'll get 20%. So because of that, let me add another shift. Is that going to be? Television stations in this country used to operate up to 12 minutes, right? You know those days, they operate.
We still do.
Why did they now operate?
Beyond midnight.
Can't you? Because there's demand. Because now you know that if you don't go beyond the 24 hours, people are going to go on YouTube. People are going to turn on this thing. So it's the demand that made you do. It's not incentives that are making you to go and open another shift or a 3rd shift. So my argument is that The demands, the incentives alone are in themselves not sufficient to make a business open. No business is going to say, oh,
they trigger. They
can trigger. They can. It's a theory. We are hoping that it does, and I'll be happy if it does.
Okay.
We are hoping that the incentives will make businesses open test shift. But we've seen the history, and I've just told you that all the incentives in the Plenty for Food, all the incentives in the 1D, 1F, we did not see that massive distance. So what we can learn from history is that incentives might be necessary, but they are not sufficient for us to put a third and a fourth section. They are not.
Right.
And so for people...
Yes.
So for most of the people watching, for most of the young people watching, they don't have a lot, they don't care a lot about this beautiful, intelligent, smart put document. No. They are waiting for one thing and one thing only. How will it address unemployment? All these amazing things in the policy, how will it do? So what they understand is that there will be 3 shifts for every job. And that's what I'm talking about, the policy expectation, the expectation gap. So the gap was this high. So he's sitting down, he's asking himself, okay, businesses will come, they will start hiring 3 shifts, and then because of that, I'll get a job. I'm an accounting student sitting in WA without a job. I'm hoping that if Ghana Commercial Bank uses or makes use of these incentives and begins to run 3 shifts, then maybe I'll get a job. I am a marketing student sitting in Tamale, I don't have a job. I'm hoping that if Standard Chartered Bank or NIB decides to hire to run 3 shifts, then maybe I'll get a job. These people, the expectation gap they have from what the person and where it is, it may be dashed. And when it is dashed, we have a problem. So my point is that how do we make sure that we don't do that? Because that was the main selling point. The policy is brilliant, there are important things there, but if you look at the financing, and then if you look at the incentives in particular, they don't seem to match. And the problem is that when they don't do any funding, then there's another thing we are talking about international uncertainties that I don't know how much it has been. We've already seen how international uncertainties, what it can do to our policies. We've already seen that. And the boundary rationality of that. Because look, this Iran-Iraq war, we've seen what it has decimated, or it has brought a lot of danger things to our energy sector and to our economy. We've seen that. Secondly, we can talk about force majeure. You saw what happened when COVID came. And COVID, again, decimated our economy and this. And so I don't know what shock absorbers have been factored into this to try to deal with those international shocks. Right now, the international economy is in kind of turmoil because of Trump's policies. Tariffs, trade wars, and tariffs all over the place. This international private financing, is this still available? And is this sufficient to help us in order for the money to come? So, to end, history has shown us that when some of these policies are not national in character, even those that are national in character, parties find ways not to continue when they come. I'm afraid that this policy may go down the same line, but I'm hoping that it doesn't. I'm hoping that as time goes on, that we will get to change course. As time goes on, we are going to get more input, especially from opposition parties. As time goes on, that the National Development Planning Commission will take this policy away from the presidency and make it more national so that we can all rally around it. Because if we don't do that, it may not be the game changer that we want. It may become a mirage, and nobody wants that.
And as you indicated, because you say you were picking specific areas, the incentives don't go as like a standalone policy in itself. From the details of the document as I am reading and I have read over time, you see that the incentives are interconnected to other interventions to support businesses. So specifics, that's what I ran through earlier before we even started this conversation to set the solid foundation. There are no import duties. It's not specific to just agriculture. You see other areas, even for manufacturing companies that will go into the importation of other raw materials that they don't have or we don't produce in this country. You have specifics like the long-term low-interest loans through Development Bank Ghana. That is a major development as well, because you would have a lot of the private sector companies talking about the cost of credit. Okay, so all of this are intertwined. So that's why I was asking a question about not necessarily if you delink and analyze the incentives singularly, then you probably may not be doing justice to analyzing the full-scale impact and in terms of scope and framework and the analysis of the end objective of the incentives as has been provided in terms of the detail.
Thank you, Alfred.
In the policy. That's why I kept referencing the full details of the policy. Because if you pick the full details, as I have just read, you would understand it if you're doing the analysis. But let me just acknowledge Godwin Edujitamaklo. He's joining us right now. Council, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Alfred.
And thank you. And thank you for coming through. There was a specific question about how this is...
Alfred, not so quick. It would be fair that...
indeed. I respect that. Yes.
The normal ritual by greeting all the distinguished fellow panelists. Again, like I said earlier, the issue of peace in Nkwanta, like the message you read for me earlier, is of prime importance to me. Growing up and having been born in such a community, I'm particularly sad of the events that are happening in recent times. Now, the town has basically become a ghost town, and I don't think it's good enough. When you meet people in your position and you discuss places where they can invest, particularly agricultural issues, and you mention in Nkwanta, the affairs destiny is, look, there is no peace. If I put in so much money in building a factory, agro-processing factory, and tomorrow there is violence, what's the guarantee? What's the protection for my investment? So I will plead with the chiefs, particularly the Achodes, the Adeles, my brothers, the Konkombes, among others, that let's allow peace to have its course in Nkwanta. It used to be a very, very vibrant and peaceful. In fact, the reason why it is named Nkwanta is that it used to be an intersection. If you are going to the north, if you are going to Karachi, so it was quite a very busy community, and we can get back to that, Alfred. And thanks for bringing this issue up. Over the week, it looks like the media has not given enough attention to the issue, and I thank you so much that this morning you really brought it up. Now, that said, I mean, you can proceed with your questions.
Yes, there was a specific question about how, because your institution also integrated into the framework of the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy, the specific question about how this is addressing the fundamental issue of unemployment and with the rollout of this policy. What are we going to see?
Very, very well. So, Alfred, once again, thank you. Before I proceed to answer how this is going to help address the issue of unemployment, let me put on record that President John Dramani Mahama is not proceeding with this 24-hour economy policy on an ad hoc basis. Let me point out, in the past, what has created a challenge is that we roll out policies, we roll out interventions, and now possibly begin to look for the proper. And that is what has created some level of policy dissonance over the period. This time round, if you notice, immediately President Mahama took over, he appointed the respected Gusitando to spearhead this issue of 24-hour economy and how to accelerate. So if you look, there are two major things, not only the 24-hour economy, but also to accelerate the issue of export. With this integration, what President Mohammed's focus is not only to create jobs, but to also expand the economy. An expansive economy is what will create the needed demand. And Dr. Zato sought to create the impression that when there is no demand, a policy or an incentive in and of itself is not enough. Whereas it may be true, having observed generally what has happened in the past, what is not in doubt is that because this one is tailored right to industry, we strongly believe that a work that one person can do from 8 a.m. and close at 5 p.m., if you create the needed demand, and which we strongly believe exists, then you can have a situation where if it's 5 people who are working from morning to evening, Then you can have another set of persons working from evening to possibly deep into the night. And classic example, you notice that in this country, electricity generation, whether we are using it or not, gets generated. And so in the night, what the policy, for instance, with this is going to do is that at night, you are giving the person the incentive that, look, if you are paying maybe for every kilowatt of power that you buy, maybe you are paying, say, $2 for it. At night, because you want to ramp up productivity, by employing a few more hands at night, you will get to pay electricity, say, $1. That is an incentive that you already, but for this policy reason. I think it's also important to make this point forcefully, that immediately present to this task, what he did was to reach out to as many people as he can, from the Association of Ghana Industries, experts, CSOs, among other people, captains of industry, to appreciate from their end how this policy, if rolled out, will get their buy-in. And thankfully, this is not going to be one of those policies where a few people will sit in a classroom or at a workshop and say, look, this is what we have for you. Take it or leave it. No. Mr. Gusitando reached out to our people, got their buy-in into the policy, and today the president has launched it. Now, if you watch carefully when the president put the launch, did the launch, one of the things that he said is that even for transportation, and Mr. Gusitando used a classic example of the voter lake, right? We have not put that natural resource to good use. Because if we are able to do that, Alfred, we can have, so for instance, and I'll give you this example, you can bring, because it's exported, accelerated export, when you bring goods from outside to Tema Harbour, because there's a multimodal transport infrastructure, you can pick it on the railway line, straight to Impakadan. At Impakadan, you can get those items picked directly to, say, Bupe. They are taken out there straight to Burkina, Mali, and others. So you can have a situation where things begin to flow quickly than it used to be in the past. The Gothisberg economy that we have always complained about is grounded on extraction and exports without more. And so if you look historically, even our railway infrastructure were limited to what is called the triangle, you understand, where the raw materials are produced straight to the port, nothing more, nothing else. That Gothisberg railway infrastructure that we picked is the same as we have today. But the president is saying that no, when we take our cocoa to outside, we only get chocolate from Switzerland and the rest. The value addition is not done by us, but that is really where the money is. That is where the money is. So President Mahama is saying that it is not just a 24-hour economy, but an integration to have a full cycle economy. So that, for instance, the gold produced in Ghana can also be changed into all the valuable items in this republic, job creation. And then you can also have value addition. So tomorrow, when you go to the big shops in Switzerland, in the US of A, among other things, the necklace you say should be a Ghanaian brand produced by young people of this country. by creating jobs also in the country. That is the only way we can grow this economy. That is far distinct, and I say this, from the implementation of, say, 1D, 1F. Alfred, please, in the name of God, you are into research. Can you tell me, 1D, 1F after 8 years, which of the products which is produced out of 1D, 1F, can you say that within 8 years has generated for this economy, say, $100 million? I just want to have that learning this morning. And so we may talk about what has happened in the past, and in direct response to my senior brother, Zato. Yes, it's true. We've had 1D, 1F. But you see, the policy silos that we have in the past did not allow us to do full integration. And so you see, when the regime is gone, everything is basically gone as well. I want to address something quickly, Alfred. One NPP MP, I think lawyer Bafo or something, has raised this issue, and I think it's worth considering, that we should put the 24-hour economy into a full legislation. And the whole thing is that once we get Parliament's buy-in, and then there is a legislation backing it, then you can have, like the way you have NPA, an authority. You can equally have an authority headed by, say, maybe a CEO and others to oversee the implementation of such a laudable project. You do not want it to be like a secretariat in the office of the president. You want a situation where it is elevated to the status of an authority. And once you have an authority and a director general or whatsoever to see the implementation, they can probably also coordinate. What President Mahama is interested in is anything that will create jobs for the millions of our young people on the streets. A person who has finished university should be able to immediately get work. But you see, there are very low-hanging areas that for the 24-hour we can start. For instance, as I speak to you, my good brother, the CEO of DVLA, has started some 24-hour points of service, particularly the one at Adenta Aviation, where you can have all the services performed by DVLA getting on there. As I speak to you, the Director General of Ghana Ports and Harbour, Brigadier General Paul Tani, has started the 24-hour port services. Look, the time lost in keeping our ports closed because it is night, we have gone past that. When you go to MPS, the Meridian Port Service, and the activity they perform there, it is 24 hours. And so there are low-hanging fruits that even without bigger incentives, we can already start with it. And President Mahama is determined. If the ports are going to operate 24 hours, what it means is that you need as many hands as you can. You need security people to help. And I want to come zero into my own place now at the National Petroleum Authority. We have set up a team to advise on this 24-hour economy within the downstream petroleum sector. They have come out with very, very beautiful ideas. Alfred, we are looking at two scenarios, and because we are also looking at the issue of job creation, even if you have self-service point, which runs 24 hours, you need people to man it. We're also looking at a situation where the traditional fuel stations that we have can also work during the night. What is key for them? And when you speak to COMAC and their members, their proud concern is the issue of security. When they are working at night, armed robbers will not come and say, give me your money. No. By so doing, the president is now put in a situation where he needs to recruit more persons to be police officers who create the needed security for our businessmen within the petroleum downstream. And so, Alfred, I can assure everybody that this is not going to be a mirage. The president is determined to leave a legacy, a transformative legacy, particularly when it comes to the issue of job creation. Alfred, I cannot conclude without raising these fundamental issues, because Prof. Bokin is on the other side, and my own good friend, Dr. Tio Echampong. Look, the first thing President Mahama did, with the appointment of my brother Sami Jemfi at the Gold Board, the Honorable Lato Forsen, Dr. Johnson Isiama, what these three individuals have done together is to ensure that today there's a better management of the Ghana cedi and its relationship with the US dollar. The Gold Board particularly had also helped in stabilizing, because in the past, the economics was that let cocoa board take our cocoa outside and go and syndicate loans into the country. And so this syndicated loan eventually will provide some support for the Ghana cedi. But from 2017, Alfred, to 2024, let me say up to 2023, you would notice that annually, the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia were annually giving the Ghana cedi $2 billion of Eurobond support. So the cedi was effectively dependent on steroid, which steroid had to do with annually injecting at least $2 billion as a support platform for the cedi. So you notice that from 2017, when we did the Franklin Templeton 2.25 billion,
Yes.
the subsequent year we did another 2 billion. Subsequent year, 3 billion, which eventually culminated in the media razzmatazz, with where media people were said were the KK and whatever parts that were successful at Eurobond markets. That is how government in the past supported the Ghana cedi with steroids.
Right.
So the Ghanaian cedi was effectively on performance enhancing drugs. And so if you observe, from April to June to August, the cedi feels a bit strengthened until we'll be waiting for October for the syndicated loan, by which time Ghanaian businessmen will begin to do their import orders. And by so doing, it begins to have ripple effect on the Ghana cedi. We've done that model for 8 solid years. We ended up by relying, when in 2022, we wanted to go to the Eurobond market, and unfortunately, we were downgraded. It moved the Ghana cedi to almost 17 cedis, and inflation at 54%. That model we worked out, and we have seen that it did never work. And so President Mahama with his team, Sami Jemfi, Dr. Siama, Ato Forsen, and their technical advisors, what they have done now is the use of the Ghana gold. Effectively, what we are doing, unlike in the past, where you take the dollar out and expect to sell it out and expect to get, this time around, what they are doing is that they are buying the dollar with Ghana cedis. Simple economics, demand and supply. Because you are purchasing it in cedis, you don't need, quote unquote, more cedis, more. In the past, if you are buying in dollars, you need to mobilize more Ghana cedis to do, or to change into dollars in order to do the purchases.
Right.
This time around, no. And that is why you see that there is no downward pressure on the Ghana city. This model, my prayer, is that we all encourage the persons at the helm of affairs that will continue with this model so that once we get the dollar, it stays in the Bank of Ghana thing to help even for fuel purchase. And let me link it to what I do. Every month or within the month, the bulk oil distributors go to Bank of Ghana, right, for what they call forex auction. If there is no forex in the system, the pressure will come and the price of fuel will rise up at the pump. But because of this intervention from Gold Board, the finance minister, and the governor of Bank of Ghana, at least the forex side today looks relatively stable. So it is something that is doable. And this is a direct response to my brother, Dr. Zato.
Mm-hmm. I see. Oh, well, thank you. But then again, there was a fundamental, you referenced the gold board and gold reserves. The Bank of Ghana, within the week, put out that gold reserves had hit 32.99 tons as of June. That's fourfold surge.
Do you know that
2023.
This number in the whole of 2023, yes. Alfred,
quick one.
Do you know that the whole of 2024 gold purchase, right? Mm-hmm. We have already exceeded that in 6 months. And so this whole gold board structure put out by President Mahama is a game changer. The gold board has come to stay. And you see where President Mahama started the initiative from, by first legislating it, putting it in law. And once it has the force of law, it matters not who you are. You have seen in the news the arrest of Chinese, Indians, and others who have taken over the market. No, you cannot do that. It is a regulated industry. And so I have no doubt at all in my mind that for the next 4 years with President Mahama at the helm of affairs, we are going to ensure further stability of the Ghana city. And once that is done, I am very confident that the translation will be improved living conditions for our people, because now basic household items will be cheaper. And when things are cheaper, you know how much you spend from your disposable income. You can buy more items with the same income. And so that is where President Mahama is driving the economy overall to.
Go to Professor Bobkin on this quickly, because I'll come back to you. There's a bit on the funding, because the breakdown of where the money is coming from and how much this is going to cost is another area of focus that we'll get into. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Theo Champong. I think the connection is clear and stable now. Dr. Theo Champong, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Alfred. Good morning to our panelists.
Perfect. And I do appreciate your time this morning. Professor Bobkin, I mean, this week, in fact, I was at the launch. After the launch, I was having a conversation with a development economist who has worked with the United Nations for quite a while. It says even the road to hell is paved with good intentions, because somehow there has to be something beyond just this.
That's a good one.
To ensure that this policy is effectively implemented. The specific benchmarks that we're going to have to deal with to ensure that it comes to fruition for the greater good. You saw this document even before Wednesday, and have had time to peruse it as well. What is in there that excites you?
Thank you very much.
What has to also be changed or improved?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, and then good morning to our cherished viewers. So there's a lot of positives from the document. You recall that one of the things that probably had created a lot of expectation yet to be fulfilled has to do with the 24-hour economic policy and all of that. So finally it's been launched and all of that. So overall, there's a genuine attempt to move this economy forward, just as many other governments in the time past have done. Good intentions, and I see a lot of good intentions in this document, but intentions necessarily are not achievements. You have to be able to have a strategy to translate that into accomplishments. And I have looked at the document, for some time now. I've looked at it in relation to several other policy documents that we have implemented in the last 25 years or so. That's how come I reference the Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda 1, Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda 2. I've also looked at the document in relation to Ghana Beyond Aid, right? And then also, again, in terms of the program for coordinated program for economic and social development running from actually 2017 to 2024, but because of COVID, it was extended to 2025. I've looked at all of that. So if you put all of this together, really, you can't say there is much of a new thing in this policy. Let me put it that way. The diagnosis is not different from what we have read from all the other documents. Essentially, even if we don't want to use the same semantics, we are looking at changing the Georgesburg economy. The economy that is predominantly based on export of primary commodities. And that is where I say that there are good intentions in this. Why? Because the diagnosis is right. We acknowledge that the economy fundamentally has not changed from what we inherited from our colonial ancestors in 1957, where predominantly more than almost 80% of our export earnings are still driven by primary commodities. In fact, when we say we have done well, it's more of the same. So when we say we have done well, it's more of the same because we have only added oil and gas. They are all still on process, and that is how we do it. So you can see the attempt to shift the economy structurally from that deformity, that is actually the word they use in this policy document, to one that is based on value added and all of that. And then again, when you read the document, you see, again, I respect them for the diagnosis they've done way back to the 60s, where the percentage of our manufacturing to GDP has hovered around 11-12%, okay, which was almost the same rate with respect to Malaysia, Thailand, and others. But in their growth takeoff, they have moved and added more value, and we have stayed almost at the same level and all of that. I also take inspiration from this document that there is an attempt to strengthen the employment response to growth, because we have seen positive growth in the last couple of decades, but largely have been jobless growth. That is what we have celebrated. So I see that over the period, 4-year period or so, they are looking at creating about 1.7 million jobs and all of that. So we'll go into the details. So when you look at all of that, the diagnosis from agriculture, the challenges and all of that, really, it is not new. It is not new. In fact, you can see great, and what I've done is to situate this policy document side by side, Ghana Beyond Aid, and to also situate this policy side by side, the IMF-supported program and all of that, and then see the synergies and all of that. In fact, in terms of conceptualization, there's really not much difference between this and Ghana Beyond Aid in terms of the focus, the direction. The only thing is that they christened the Ghana Beyond Aid, essentially in terms of domesticating the financing rather than depending on foreign aid and all of that. So from that broader framework, you see that. Then again, if you look at the economic development instruments there's a difference between the policy framework in terms of the overall and the strategy to translate that into actual. Let's say the channel you want to use, call that one the economic development instrument. Under the Ghana Beyond Aid, you see the economic development instrument straddles across fiscal, monetary, fiscal incentives. We've spoken about incentives, monetary, then again, specific economic development instrument like one district, one factory, planting for food and jobs, and then even there's also planting for exports and development, and a whole lot of them, and all of that. In fact, beyond this economic development instrument, there are cross-cutting interventions, business support, digitization, because digitization is a cross-cutting intervention rather than the standalone intervention. You see all of that. The reason I'm saying this is this. We should be looking at positioning our policy interventions to ensure policy continuity. We need to do that. You know why we need to do that? Because under the Ghana Beyond Aid 1D, 1F, and the rest of them, monies have been spent.
Indeed.
Businesses have benefited. We can't look. I have done a review of these economic development instruments in terms of their impact, tracing it until COVID came and then after COVID and all that we have spent. So we've made some progress. My conclusion was that we could have done better, but the risk of not ensuring policy continuity. And when I read this, I want to see how this builds on all the successive things. It's good because it assures stakeholders and investors. Because to the extent that it is not the government that is going to implement this program in terms of the financing, and I'll come to the financing and why I have reservations. So that's how we need to look at it. The other bit also is that...
in fact, we started the entire conversation with the continuity bit because it's key.
It's very key. So,
just PFD alone, almost $1 billion. We have to find a way of...
Let's call it another name. Grow 24. I can link it to planting for food and jobs. I can link it there. It's just that we don't want to, maybe sometimes because of how to share the credit, and we don't have a formula for sharing credit.
No. Politicians are not good at sharing credit. Okay. I like kids when it comes to that.
I have mapped them this to this. I've done all of that. So Grow 24, you can link it to that. In fact, actually make 24. Okay, 1D, 1F, and all of that. Of course, I see Grow 24 in terms of a certain paradigm shift. Also using the voter lake and all of that, and exploring the potential, the economic potential of that. And I'm happy Dr. Tue Champon is here because he has also looked at the economic potential of the voter and all of that. And that tells you again the vision of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and all of that. We've abandoned all that, and that is why policy continuity is very important and all of that. So I've seen how also this also seeks to also add, I would say add, okay, to what we have seen in the time past and all of that. But there are other things that I think the government should take another look at. When I situate this policy, call it a program, side by side that of the IMF program, I see why the IMF program had a future and this may not. Why? I'm using the word may not, okay? May not because, and this is also my own suggestion to the government so that we find a way. I've read the document. There are good things in there and all of that. If we'll be able to implement them and all of that, it will be very great. One, we have implemented several IMF-supported programs in this country. In fact, actually, this is the 17th. Even though under the IMF, on the IMF website, they are indicating that we have been there 18 times.
And I support that.
Yes.
Because what we got is a program.
And then we are counting 17. But, Alfred, in all of this, we have not, as a country, created a secretariat for IMF-supported program. We haven't created an authority to implement IMF-supported program. We haven't. I will tell you why. So you see that, and over the years, anytime government comes out with flagship program, then we want to be able to take it away from the existing structures that we use to implement our development agenda. That is the way you kill it very fast. And I'll tell you why. And it's also the reason why you find that IMF programs cuts across regimes. This current program was started by the previous administration. The current government came. They are continuing with it. I'll tell you a few reasons in terms of the analysis I've done. We don't have a secretariat for IMF sitting anywhere in our ministries. But the program is running. Because it's about using the structures, the system, to implement the intervention you want to do. And that would actually represent a low-cost approach to implementing. That is something that we also haven't done well as a country. You see the previous admin we were talking about, we created Southern Development Days, days that budgetary allocation. What is the value? Couldn't we have implemented a lot of almost all those things using the existing channels? We have the local government, we have a decentralized government system and all of that. Budgetary allocations, there are civil servants who are recruited, professionals trained and all of that. They implement all of this. Why do we want to create an authority?
So there was a Northern Development Authority,
yes,
Coastal Development Authority, and so on. Yeah,
so since 1992, if you check the cost drive, you realize that the administrative cost of implementing policies and all have expanded hugely. But what is the cost? What is the value from all of that? How do we implement this with a low-cost approach and all of that? And that's why I'm saying that if you create an authority, you create a secretariat and all of that, in fact, what it means is that this is going to be like a standalone. We are not infusing it within the system and build ownership. There are 3 framework or building blocks for assessing the feasibility, implementability of a program. Is it acceptable? Is it feasible? Suitable? And all of that. To do all of this and check all of that is about how you want to use the system, how the various structures would accept that, work with that and all of that. And I'll give you a couple of examples. If you look at, so you just look at the cost builder, administrative cost builder, that the previous administration used in implementing some of these programs. Huge. Huge. At the end of the day, the recruitment will be party lines and all of that. We don't need to create it. For instance, if Ghana Police Service, with all due respect, tells me that they are now creating a unit for 24-hour economy, I'm asking myself, it should be a mindset.
Which they have, actually.
Okay, it should be a mindset. I don't know what the strategy they want to implement. In fact, even those who will do the first shift and will go and sleep need protection as much as those who go for the third shift. It's a mindset. We have to revolutionize our mindset. And that is why you see that the Ghana Beyond Aid, apart from the hardcore issues and the rest of them, there is the issue about the mindset, the soft skills. I see that also in this program when they talk about, is it Make 24, Grow 24, Show 24, Grow 24, and all of that. There's the mobilization, mindset shift, and all of that. So I may work for the first shift, but I should work with that mindset. I should work with that same drive and all of that. Look, you check Ghana, the National Health Insurance Authority, right? From the time it was set up to implement this, to date, almost 44% of the total allocation to them now goes to administrative. How do you pay claims promptly? Check Cocoa Board and the rest, and check other countries like Cote d'Ivoire and the rest of them. It is possible that now Cocoa Board may have more V8 than cocoa beans. Okay, and all of that. So we should be looking at the cost of implementing our development policies and the rest of them so that we don't burden the taxpayer on us and the rest of them. Then again, the other bit is all of this is not just to run down the program, but I believe that I've told you how I respect this program and the rest of it, but we can make it work. We can make it work. When I look at and I've again looked at the policy in relation to the NDC's manifesto.
Right.
And here I want to say this. From the NDC's manifesto, the 24-hour economy is the overall framework.
Essentially, yes.
From which fiscal policy, monetary policy are anchored and all of that. I don't see that in the program eventually as it has been developed. It looks to me at some point that is subordinate to a certain framework from fiscal and monetary that will be developed and all of that. And that is why I'm saying that if you look at it from that perspective, you understand why the costing of the program really
is the 4 billion.
Is the 4 billion. But actually, you need more than 4 billion if you are looking at this 24-hour economy from that conceptualization and everything. And that is where you see a big difference between this and then the IMF supported program. Because if you see how the IMF supported program was developed, and the facing and the reporting and the data reporting weekly, monthly, quarterly from Ministry of Finance, from Bank of Ghana and the rest of them and all of that builds ownership, binds us, okay, and all of that. We don't have that in here. Of course, I've seen some period, 2026, 2028, 2025, and the rest of them. It's very difficult tracking from that. We need to have those KPIs, link that to the critical success factors within this program policy, because it's not just a policy, it's a program, it's a development, the economic development instrument, all captured in this and all of this. So that is what I think we should be able to do. This is how I see this policy. I see that they can add to this policy, to this document, they can, so that given that the government does not intend to go for another program from 2026, I think we should be looking at how we can flesh in this as a successor to that. That binds us with reporting lines, review timelines, okay, that allows us to track the data. And we may not need to create a secretariat necessary for this, because when it comes to the data tracking and the rest of them, we have Ghana Statistical Service. When it comes to the fiscal side and the rest of it, we have Ministry of Finance. And that is why you see IMF review every 6 months, and yet there's no secretariat here. And in fact, even though IMF has an office here, it's not an implementing agency or something, because the Ministry of Finance reports submit the data, Bank of Ghana reports submit the data, Ministry of Finance, there are institutions under Ministry of Finance that also supply data to Ministry of Finance institutions, that also supply data to Bank of Ghana, and all of this is done. That way, it makes it, it will bind us. So for instance, 6 months from now, what are the targets under the program? How is this linked to overall economic growth, human development, and all of that? So we have the economic development instrument. We are situating them within the 3 sectorial disaggregations, agri, industry, service. What is the projected growth under this 24-hour economy? 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years, and all of that. So that if we are not on track, we're able to analyze the variance. To do that, what are the reforms that we need to do? Governance, market reforms, product reforms, and all of that. I think those are the things we can learn substantially from that. And again, I would say that let's read the IMF supported program. Let's look at how it was designed. Let's look at the monitoring mechanisms in place, the target, the KPIs, the reforms, and all of that. Who is doing what? Who is doing that? The reporting timeline by which, this way, it then compels us to go beyond just putting the document together, because it's easier to reference, read from here, and all of that. Then we can also look at the costing effectively. So you see the IMF program in terms of the fiscal and the rest of them, there's the program financing gap that was initially estimated to be around $15 billion in balance of payment support, right? Then the next important question was, how do you finance this? The IMF said they will give $3 billion. The World Bank says they will give 1.5 or 1.6 billion. Then substantially we estimated that there will be a gap of almost $11 billion. Where would that come from? So it has to come from debt restructuring. Okay, so they have to come on board. And so when you do all of this, by the time you go through all of this, it then draws all the other institutions, and then you build ownership. So if you don't create a secretariat, the Ministry of Finance is running with it. Ghana Statistical Service know what they have to do. Bank of Ghana knows what they have to do from all of that. So I think that is how I see it. And I want to commend government, because you see, coming out with something like this, even within this short time, it's been a lot of work. I've seen the consultations, submissions from CSOs, and my very good friend Bryce Simmons also made a submission, and all of that. Very good. I would say that it's an added advantage. If you read the Ghana Beyond Aid, there were similar submissions, even from Department of Economics, colleges, KNUST, the rest of them. Again, if you look at Ghana Beyond Aid, there was an attempt, let me say this, there was an attempt to take policies out of it, but it actually didn't work.
Why did it not work if there was an attempt to?
Because we see these things as isolated, rather than using the structures and building the ownership. They talked about how to implement it. A council to be chaired by the president. Is that okay? Or in his absence, the vice. And then they talked about an opposition member being this and all of that. There was an attempt within the Ghana Beyond Aid to try and make it national and all of that. So that's why I'm saying that having gone through all of this, if you look at Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda 1, Ghana Shared Growth and Development, and all of this, and there's always an attempt to make it look national. And yet, we have failed as much as we conceptualize it. The question is, going forward, how do we do it? And that's what I'm saying, that how have other programs that we have implemented, I hope you understand that, even started by a different regime, and yet the other one, of course, somebody will say, well, if you go against the IMF, there are penalties. Why can't we impose similar penalties on ourselves?
So that if a government fails to continue projects that are analyzed to be
beyond that,
well thought through and good,
even beyond that,
punished for that.
Yes, Alfred, beyond that, 6 months from now, if this program had KPIs with timelines, and we are saying that 6 months' time, there's going to be a public review, a cabinet review of this. It will be shown on TV. I hope you understand that. And all of that. Everybody will be working towards it. Because if the sector minister knows that in 6 months my performance is going to be reviewed, the result of that is going to be made public. People respond to incentives. It's not just incentives in this document that businesses to respond to. As a worker, I respond to incentives. As a sector minister, people respond to incentives. The incentive mechanism we put in here, it may be a reward, it may be a chastisement, it may be a discipline or whatever. We need to have all of that. Otherwise, you see, we can discuss this, and Ghana, we are used to that. In the next 6 months, after that, I hope you understand that, it just dies down. Because after that, there's no 6-month review. There's no 8-month review where we'll come back to this. But I can tell you, investors, stakeholders, everybody reads the IMF supported program. True. Because, in fact, the board is going to meet, is it July 7th or so? The report of the board will be made what? Public. In fact, you know the reason why some of us and CSOs are more happy when Ghana is under IMF program? Because there's more data. When they do the review, the outcome is published. So if the government is not doing well, they will know. There's no politics about debt numbers. There's no politics about this. Of course, I see now that we are going to create the Fiscal Council. My good friend is here, Dr. Chue Champon. That's his free elective, right? And all of that. So the idea is that the Fiscal Council will be some kind of an internal, institutional restraint agent similar to the IMF. We are not accountable to ourselves. That's the issue. When we are under IMF program, we are accountable because we know that there are these things. And that is why when the government said that they will not go for another program, but they will rather go for policy support instrument, we said, that there's risk there because policy support instrument overall is advisory. It's not binding. And all of, how do we make this program get input? We can refine it. I mean, that's how I see it. And all of that. We can refine it and make it binding, where maybe every 6 months there are key performance indicators. And then we look at the data reporting and the rest of them. Look, there's one thing that I'm also not happy. And I need to say it here. Almost all our national development policy assessment and everything, we hardly reference our own data generation. We will reference World Bank survey. They have come to do for us. We will reference this, we will reference all of that. In fact, this should help us internalize data generation and make the development people-centered, Ghana-centered, so that going for the IMF will reference the report data. I hope you understand that. World Bank will reference investors, stakeholders. That is how every country that has developed has designed its own national framework of data generation, align it to what they want, and the rest of them. It's not everything the West, the powers that be want, that we actually want for ourselves. True. And the rest of them. So that is the kind of ownership we need to build. I salute government. end. It's a lot of work that they have done and all of that. But what I'm saying is that we can refine it going forward, and I'm expecting probably maybe there's already a process in place to develop the next 3-year coordinated economic and social and whatever that is drawn from the Constitution. I am told. I'm not aware.
Yes,
Forgive me.
that's right.
Yeah. When I came to Legon, I wanted to do law, and it was our time they said law was no longer available. So some way,
Don't let them know that we are too young. You know, don't let them know we are too young.
Yeah. Even if you acknowledge it, you are young. Okay, so that is how I see it. So I commend them. I think that this gives hope. It's an important first step. And I believe that because at some point it is seen or projected as subordinate to something monetary framework that will be developed. No, it should be the overriding this thing. We should get the Ministry of Finance, Bank of Ghana, and all of that. Let's fleshing this up. Of course, they will say they have. We don't need to create an authority. We don't need to create a separate secretariat. Let's use the channels that we have. We have a decentralized local government system. We have Ministry of Finance. We have development, implementing agency, and the rest of them. Let's minimize the cost of implementing this. Let's build the ownership. In fact, that is the only way you insulate some of these institutions from the politics and regime change. Because we see a time, of course, I know what government is going to face. There might be sabotage and all that. So sometimes they want to take this out of the traditional system and own it and implement because there might be sabotage. But we need to orient people. You are not doing the job, you should be fired. Okay? Indeed. There are targets, there are KPIs, there are this and all of that linked to critical success factors. And all. If you are not doing that, you should exit. And all of that. That's how we need to see it. So that we don't create units. And all of that is another way of politicizing some of these things. So that if there's a regime change, then all those units, what happens? And the people who are employed, look, now we are changing CEOs. In fact, we are even changing deputy CEOs. A time will come when there's a regime change, we'll change cleaners. I hope you understand that. The institutional memory and all of that. And that is why you see within the civil service, public service space, people are trying to align politically or so because to get to a certain top level, it's like your political, we need to move away from that. Okay. Thank you. This will be my preliminary. These are just preliminary. These are just preliminary.
It is detailed. It's like we've been sitting in an economic class.
I've done a review. I've compared this to several of them and all of that. But I've also seen my bosses here, so I need to.
That's why because of the review and analysis you've done with other development policies that we have seen in the past. I had you go into that detail. I know you are putting together a paper with this comparative analysis you have done. We have the privilege of being the first to see the details as you have put out there. But Dr. Tejampo, this is why I bring you in. The specific detail about the consistent review, at least to ensure some level of accountability, so that Professor Bobkin talks about every 6 months at least, we should have some sort of a cabinet review for us all to see, public, telecast on live television. So there's some sense of ownership of this policy in order to carry all of us along every step of the way. What's your take on that?
Yes, sir. Good morning to Prof and everyone in there. And I think it's made my job quite easier in relation to this. So I've also had the privilege of actually digesting and looking at this document way before it came out or was launched on the 3 days ago. Like Prof said, my reflections on the document is that it clearly shows that a lot of work and thinking has gone into it, and it's clearly also attempts to articulate a number of the structural challenges that has faced the Ghanaian economy way back from the Kwame Nkrumah days till now. And also an attempt not only to grow the economy per se, but importantly, there are 3 other dimensions that is reflected in this document. The first one is the attempt at diversification. And Prof talks a lot about it, so I won't belabor the point. The second one is also about jobs. and the fact that a lot of our youth, many of us know, are struggling. People don't have jobs to do, and we have a few low-hanging fruits that could allow us, both on the agri-sector side, but also within the services side, to create a little or a bit more jobs. And this is where, in the document, they talk about the 5 strategic manufacturing value chains under the Make 24 subcomponent of the program. So, for example, they talk about agro-processing, they talk about textiles and garments, they talk about pharmaceuticals, they talk about machinery and technology, and they talk about construction materials. These are things, or these are areas that Ghana already within the West African sub-region and even the African region has some comparative advantage within. And we already have some investment and interventions within that space, some of which stretches back earlier programs, including, for example, under the 1D, 1F, and then, other interventions. You could even go all the way back to the President Kufuor's PSI, and then further to the Rawlings administration. So there are clear areas that we historically have done well and have some comparative advantage within. So in that sense, some of the areas that are proposed in the program, again, like Prof said, is not necessarily new. I think the third dimension, and this is where maybe there's a bit of an emphasis of, I think, kind of newness in it, is really the emphasis on productivity, right? So diversification, jobs, but importantly, we need to increase productivity in this country. And that is the bit that I see there's quite a bit of a push and a bit of an emphasis in this document that you don't have with others. The second thing that I have seen, which is also quite important, that is here that I think you don't see in others, is that it is actually moved from a policy to actually becoming a program. And this is a very important distinction. So in the past, what we've had is you have policy documents. Sometimes even governments announce policies, and the underpinning document to really understand the rationale, the logic is actually not there, right? But this particular piece of 300-page or almost 300-page document takes what you call a programmatic approach, which is typically, for those of us within the development space, maybe a bit more aware, but you take the policy and translate it into a program. And within the program, you have what you may call clusters or work streams or sub-programs. And then within that, you also have an overall what you call theory of change. The theory of change basically is, how do we envision the outcome to be? And then how do we envision overall what the impact is going to be? And then within that, you come further down to look at the inputs that you're making, the outputs that you're making, the outcomes, and then the impact. And this is then ties into the specific point or question that you asked me in terms of the indicators, right? And how we measure that point. So if you look at page 226 onwards of this policy, of this program, not a policy, this is in the appendix. They actually mention what they call national outcome indicators for the 24-hour program. So, for example, on economic growth and self-sufficiency, they do mention, for example, bringing down inflation, GDP growth, the usual suspects, right? Unemployment and all of that. But it is not detailed enough. And this is where I agree with Prof in terms of what should happen next. So now the program has been launched. Now you need to operationalize it. So we've got to actually take those indicators that are in there and the program areas and then translate it into a livable document. So basically, what you're going to be doing between now and the end of the year, what you're going to do next year, or what you're going to do the year right thereafter. And within that, you have specific indicators. So for example, the bit about real GDP growth, which is the first indicator that we've got in this document, right? What do we mean by that? So by what growth rate are we expecting this program would add onto the baseline scenario if we did not do anything at all, the business as usual scenario? By what rate are we expecting inflation to fall if the outcome in this document says you want economic growth and you want self-sufficiency, and the indicator or sub-indicator there is on bringing down overall inflation? Again, what is the specific data point, right, around that? So I think in the document it's a useful first start, but clearly a lot more would have to be done to sort of anchor it in a real sense of a programmatic approach where the KPIs and the indicators can clearly be benchmarked and measured, and then we can also see how we are making progress. Because what we don't want, or probably I don't want to happen, is we end up spending a lot of money, putting a lot of money into this, whether it's public or whether it is private, but there's no clear sense of what this did for the transformational agenda of the country. And it is very, very important that those minute details are ironed out, going forward. So I think probably, yes, early days yet, but there's quite a bit more to be done by the government in terms of some of the specifics, and then translating the overall program into the underlying theory of change, and so we can actually measure and see where progress lies.
In fact, as you indicated, early days yet, and then again, because of this period where the program was launched, we had to also get into a bit more detail on the specific areas, and then also how the rollout will be going forward. A number of your messages have come through, and I thank you very much. This one here says, farming can really be done in 24 hours. If I am a cassava farmer who fries gari, I can harvest, peel the cassava, grind my cassava dough, and you go ahead and indicate why you think this can be done within this period. This is a 24-hour economy policy falls under supply-side economic theory that is supply-driven against aggregate demand. Thank you very much. This is coming from the Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA. This is the Charles Kosi Apiakubi, Head of Business and Economic Bureau at GUTA. Thank you for your message this morning. This one also here from Musa Abatua. It says, good morning, Alfred. Lawyer Martin Pebu is right. The 24-hour economy policy is a bold and transformative initiative that promises to drive national development by generating jobs and increasing income for ordinary Ghanaians. It clearly reflects President Mohammed's forward-thinking leadership. It is therefore ironic and unfortunate that those who supported this scandal-ridden cathedral project, which turned into a conduit for misappropriating public funds, are now opposing this progressive policy. Thank you very much. This one here also says that, I wonder why Professor Godfrey Bobkin, it says, okay, you go on and indicate why the continuous use of if it is implemented. Is there any doubt that if it cannot be effectively implemented? Well, that's the question to you, Professor Godfrey Bobkin. This one here also says, good morning. I think the insightful analysis by Professor Godfrey Bobkin and Theo Champon this morning gives a clear perspective of how the forward-looking approach should be in discussing this conversation this morning. I just hope that those who are also been appointed to review this policy and inculcate such forward-looking suggestions by your guest this morning will be doing the watching and listening on your program. In fact, they are doing so, and Lawyer Digita Maklo is here, and that's why he's also just indicated that all of these suggestions by Professor Bobkin and Dr. Theo Champon are also going to be taken on board. This one here from Papa Bishu says, listening, good morning. Seriously speaking, I'm happy we have a good listener and a doer in the person of Gusitano leading the charge in the 24-hour economy. The young ones may not know him too well, but the older folks, especially him, he says, Papa Bishu seriously believe in him. A good thinker and a master planner, hence very happy that he's leading the charge. Thank you very much. This one here from Dr. Kwame Asante says that I am happy that Edutamaklo references the specific areas and other sectors of the economy that this 24-hour economy policy will touch. There is some clarity to how these other areas will feed into the policy. Thank you very much for the detail this morning. Thank you very much for your messages as well. A number of you sending us the messages, and I do acknowledge them as we go on. And Dr. Tue Champong, thank you for your thoughts on this. And this is just, as you indicated, the initial phase of a conversation we're going to be having much more consistently because of the proposal that there has to be continuous review of this policy, which you agree, so that at least every 6 months we hear, or before the 6 months, I think on a monthly, for us as media, we would have to continue having the conversation. If government decides that every 6 months they will do a cabinet review, that will be publicized. And for us all to know what the review details are, what has been achieved, and what is going to be achieved in the next 6 months is good, essentially.
And
but there was a question about why you think, you keep saying if it is implemented effectively, why the doubts that it will not be done effectively? That was a question from one of our viewers. Very quick one, and then you make your last point. I'd like to go into the next issue.
Maybe I can just ask that they should forgive me. It's not like I'm pessimistic about it and all of that.
Certainly not.
But certainly, we often say that whether we like it or not, we are victims and prisoners of our own time and past. And we tend to judge the new and the strange in terms of our old and familiar. Our marking scheme tends to be what has happened and all of that. But as I said, I'm very happy with the document, the bold attempt, the conceptualization, the diagnosis, the pathways, and even how they have made it more user-friendly, grow 24 days and all of that. Yes, beyond that, there is a lot of work, and I agree also with Dr. Tue Champong, in translating this into actual. This is where, as a country, we haven't done well. And probably if I use if, it may be coming more from that. But if also gives us hope that we can do it, and then we change the narrative and all of that. I know that the president wants to leave a legacy. I know that the government is even the way they've started, and the substantial expenditure cut in 2025 and all of that is biting on government itself, ministers and the rest of them. Okay, I mean, it's not easy on them. So I would say that government itself is leading by example in terms of the sacrifice and all of that. And that is why I supported the One Ghana levy on the fuel and all of that. And I still stand by that. That if you have a good CEO with good intentions, okay, it's not just enough, but you also want to back them with the necessary resources. And that's it. The only side that I'm not too happy so far is how the government is fighting irresponsible mining.
Okay. Thank you.
The president must succeed in that area also.
Indeed.
Quickly, in the next 6 months, Alfred, in the next 6 months, we should be able to go to our rivers and be able to drink from the same rivers that once gave us life. We want to follow the president. Let's go. That is how we can track progress. I'm not a scientist. I don't know how mercury looks like and all of that. But when the water is clean and I can see fish swimming in it and all of that, I see that Ghana now is back. I want to see that in 6 months. I want to see that 1 year from now.
Me too.
That's what I want to see. And I think Dr. Tue Champong agrees with me.
Yeah, we all agree. Martin agrees.
We earlier made that
President, let me add this statement. About a week ago, those of us who reported Chairman Woodman Akuntaman into the CID, we sent a reminder to CID boss,
Donko.
Donko. So CID boss, lawyer Donko. She's also, is it COP?
Yes.
Madam Lydia Donko, also a lawyer, right? We've sent you a reminder on the Akunta mining and Chairman Woodman case. Yes, it's been about a week. Just as we're on for Sina and Kofi. This one will give some time when we don't find any traction It's the same way we start pounding here that we want results.
I think there was an update. There was an update, if you recall. They addressed the press sometime
in this week.
That that was last week. That was last week on the Akonta mining.
Okay, maybe I lost.
Yes,
that.
they said it's actually an active. Well, it was this week, but it was an active investigation that they are on.
Oh, okay.
And so
I didn't get it.
Yeah, they addressed the press.
Okay.
You didn't watch it.
Then I would follow up.
Okay. That was when they gave an update on the Maxwell Kofi Juma and all of that came with it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I need to move on to the next issue quickly, gentlemen. Dr. T. Champon, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you. Now, you're so live here on Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also the Voice of London Radio in the House of the City of London. And this week, the Ghana Bar Association renewed the call for a review of the decision to suspend the Chief Justice Gertrude Isaba Araba Tokono. The appeal was made during the 43rd Martyrs' Day commemoration, an event held in honor of justices that were murdered. But there's been some fundamental questions raised about that call that the Ghana Bar Association has consistently made, and they seem not to change their position on this matter, even though it has evolved from the first time they made that comment during that bar conference earlier in the year. This is the president of the Ghana Bar Association, Ifwa Gate, earlier in the week. Take a look.
Credibility and transparency. Hence the provisions in our 1992 Constitution seeking to guarantee same. The Ghana Bar Association, as well as other legal associations, both local and international, such as the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, Commonwealth Magistrates and Judges Association, and Commonwealth Legal Education Association, as a matter of principle, have made their voices heard on the ongoing process for the removal of the Chief Justice of Ghana, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude A.S. Tokono. It is hoped that any Superior Court judge will be well apprised of the entire process before ever being subjected to same in the spirit of fairness. Rising to the defense of the judiciary's independence is the mandate of the Ghana Bar Association, and this is not personality driven. On this day that we meet to honor the memory of the martyrs of the rule of law, let us resolve as a nation to do ourselves proud and humbly walk away from settling scores endlessly, as we are one nation with one destiny. The Ghana Bar Association reiterates its call to insulate the judiciary from any interference whatsoever. They stand for justice, and they should administer justice to all persons, including themselves. We are confident that in the spirit of reconciliation, all the various calls made for a reconsideration of the suspension of the Chief Justice in the circumstances, as it sets a poor precedent, will not. Micah chapter 6 verse 8. We were given an indication what ultimately pleases the Lord in the following words. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. I repeat, to act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. May the rule of law reign supreme in our land. May God bless the administration of justice in our country. May God bless the judiciary. May God bless the Ghana Bar Association. And may God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of right. May God also bless us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will.
Well, that's the national president of the Ghana Bar Association, of which Lawyer Martin Pebo and Lawyer Digita Maklo are members. You are members in good standing, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. Okay, but that's your president that says this suspension of the Chief Justice sets a what are you saying? Sorry.
I was saying that the last time I checked, I'm a member in good standing.
I had to be sure.
Have you paid your dues?
I had to be sure.
Yes.
Has he paid his dues?
Yes, that's why.
But that's the position of the
I paid my dues. You know, if you don't pay your dues, you won't get your license for the year.
I see. But this position espoused by the president during the Martyrs' Day memorial service has been the consistent position of the association which you are a member of. Is it one that you agree with essentially, that this time around they say this suspension has set a poor precedence for the judicial architecture of this country? That's the verdict of the Ghana Bar Association.
Okay, so first of all, I need to say that I disagree forcefully with my association president. But you see, the Ghana Bar Association, if you look at its intervention historically, maybe it takes a lukewarm attitude when it's within certain regime, and certainly finds its, possible voice in certain other regime. And I'll start with this. If you recall, under President Rawlings, we had a justice of the Supreme Court called Abba. Now, what happened was that the Ghana Bar Association had very strong views of Justice Abba. And in order to trigger the provisions of Article 146, which requires that the removal of justices of the Superior Court should be on grounds of stated misbehavior, on grounds of infirmity, unable to perform their function, among others, the Ghana Bar Association decided to use the instrument of a writ action. Now, when the matter came up for hearing, and it was actually adjudicated, incidentally, His Lordship Justice Kwega, His Lordship Justice Ajabin and Co. Had this to say, and let me go back and read. Let me even go back and read quite the reasoning of the Supreme Court when the Ghana Bar Association decided to use an unconstitutional means to get a Supreme Court judge removed. And I don't know how President Mrs. Sefua Gate would describe that, whether a bad precedent or not. Now, when the issue came up, the Supreme Court, speaking through His Lordship, Justice Ejabin, had this to say. Can I read it?
Yes. Yes, you can.
That's the Ghana Bar Association versus Attorney General and another, 1995-1996, One Ghana Law Report at page 598, quote, "It is clear from the above that under our Constitution 1992, a Chief Justice or a Justice of the Superior Court or Chair of the Regional Tribunal can only be removed from the office by the President acting on the recommendation of the committee appointed by the President or the Chief Justice, as the case may be, to inquire into a petition sent to the President alleging some misbehavior or incompetence against the one concerned." It proceeds. "It is important to note that Article 1468 of the Constitution 1992 provides that the proceedings of the committee appointed to deal with such petition shall be held in camera. It is mandatory. Said that proceedings held in camera, not in public or open court, as unfortunately being done in this case." So you know what the Ghana Bar Association did? Instead of triggering Article 146, they rather issued a writ to achieve the same aim. Do you get it? Now, the reason for this important provision is obvious. It's to preserve, protect, safeguard the authority, dignity, and independence of the judiciary. It will be a sad day for this country if the court were to grant the request of the Plaintiff Association and start removing our judges in open court, contrary to the provisions made in the Constitution for that purpose. It is in the light of these observations that I consider this action of the Plaintiff Association, I mean the GBA, who should be expected to know better. Listen carefully. That an association, the creme de la creme, Lawyers Association, should know better. Most unfortunate, as is likely to undermine the judiciary in particular and the rule of law in general. The reason why I decided to go back to 1994 is to underscore what the judiciary, the Ghana Bar Association and its intervention over the period has been. I am not surprised at all. Look, when President Mahama decided to appoint 2 justices of the Supreme Court, His Lordship Justice Puaman and Justice Yao Apao, again, the Ghana Bar Association took President Mahama to court. The association was almost quiet until the later end of President Akufo-Addo when they started speaking. Why so? With respect, what is it relative to these impeachment proceedings against a ladyship, the Chief Justice? That is untoward. That is a bad precedent. That has not been put out. Has any provision of the 1992 Constitution been undermined? No. I am looking forward. And look, thankfully, my good brother, the Supreme Court, even in this matter, has had the opportunity to intervene, either by describing an act unconstitutional or not, either to injunct a process or not. The Supreme Court has effectively agreed. Now, how come that an association of lawyers, with respect, appears to take a view? And when you say a bad precedent, I've been struggling, I've been struggling to understand what exactly is it that is bad. Because first of all, I am not the maker of the 1992 Constitution. I do not think the president of the Ghana Bar Association, President Mrs. Efuagati, is one of the framers of the Constitution. I do not know. But in the wisdom of the framers of the 1992 Constitution, they actually saw into time that there will be a day that a Chief Justice may be alleged to have misconducted herself and which will require a hearing. Are we, for any reason, saying that those provisions in the Constitution are bad? Is that the suggestion? Because if those provisions are in the Constitution and are being used, where is the bad precedent? With respect, once again, President Efuagati appreciate greatly that the position of the justices of the Superior Court and their removal processes by way of security of tenure applies with all necessary modifications to independent constitutional bodies. So when President Mahama, having received a petition from Richard Nyama, Frank Anodompre, led by way of counsel, Mr. Samson Ladi Ayenedi, for the removal of Mrs. Vivian Lamptey, Loretta Lamptey, the Shrag Board, an appointee of the NDC. Was it a bad precedent? Because it's the same Article 146 that was used. And I remember when President Mahama received the petition, right, from Richard Nyama, what President Mahama did was to give it to Her Ladyship Georgina Wu, then Chief Justice, to make the prima facie determination. After she made the prima facie determination, Her Ladyship Georgina Wu then set up the Eniebua Committee. It was my Lord Justice Eniebua, Justice Anthony Brennan, and Her Ladyship Mariama Owusu, to make an inquiry into the specific allegations against Loretta Vivian Lamptey. Eventually, the committee recommended her removal. Prior to the removal, in a release by the then Chief of Staff, Prosper Barney, in 2015, President Mahama suspended Loretta Lamptey. Suspended her. How different is that from what has happened today, 10 years after? Was it a bad precedent? As recent as I think 10 years ago, we saw President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo apply the same provisions of Article 146 in the removal of Madame or Mrs. Charlotte Osei, in the removal of Mrs. Amankwa and the late Amadou Sule. Was it a bad precedent? I mean, where from this sudden claim that a full compliance with the constitutional provision constitutes a bad precedent? When President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo removed the head of an independent constitutional body like the Electoral Commission, the bar never issued a statement. Please, unless, of course, the bar intervened and I'm not aware. If you know, please give me the benefit of knowing how the bar intervened when Madame Charlotte Osei was removed. I want to know. In fact, I recall vividly, and I'll say this. After the removal, Mr. Kweku Baku, the respected journalist in this country, went to the Supreme Court to say that the removal of Charlotte Osei on mere grounds of procurement breaches without no further evidence, either she has stolen public funds or not, the Supreme Court refused to entertain that process. In fact, the lawyer for Kweku Baku was my senior, Samson Ladi Ayeneli. The Supreme Court resisted a writ action to challenge the removal of Madame Charlotte Osei. Was it a bad precedent? You see, the accounts have a saying. Yes, so way of one side. So way of one side. No, I share one side. You know of war. You know of war.
That's
the monkey.
Monkey. It's a monkey. Exactly. But this call for the reconsideration of the suspension. If you listen to your president, your bar president, says that in the spirit of reconciliation, they're hoping, and he says we, essentially representing the position that you, the members of the Bar Association, have taken, that the various calls for the reconsideration of the Chief Justice suspension will not be ignored, especially given the poor precedents that is set.
You see, when President Mahama...
That's what he said.
No, when President Mahama suspended Loretta Lamptey, he gave a policy reason. And in fact, it was at the invitation of the petitioner. You know what the claim was? That as the head of SRAJ, the reason for the petition was or had to do with payments and others, because she was supposed to go to a Short's residence, she didn't, she was in a hotel, all kinds of things. And they said, look, if she stood there, listen carefully, the possibility of evidence suppression, among other things, would be profound. Huge possibility. So President Mahama suspended Loretta Lamptey. Was it a bad precedent? But you see, Let me tell you something today. In the removal process of a ladyship, Gertrude Tokon, do you know that judicial service staffs are testifying before the proceedings?
Judicial service staff are testifying?
Yes.
Before the committee?
The committee, yes.
I see.
Imagine testifying against your boss. You, for want of a better example, the general manager of Media General.
No, you can use another example. No, I mean, just. I mean, let's use a different setting. But I get the point.
Let me use another example. So, in this specific case, where judicial service staffs are witnesses, and imagine the CJ still being in office. Can you even have the courage, my brother, in even going there? That would even lead to suppression of evidence.
I see.
So, in good conscience, the suspension, and like President Mahama acted previously, guess what? In the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution, unless, of course, we say we are wiser than them. Do you know something?
Mm-hmm.
If you look, the 1968 Constitution, 79 Constitution, didn't even have these provisions. For instance, the in-camera hearing, they were never in those provisions. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It was for good reason why in the 1992 Constitution, having reflected on our past history, decided to have these two provisions, the in-camera hearing, the suspension provisions. We cannot for a minute, and I do not think that the Ghana Bar Association is suggesting even remotely that they are wiser than the people who put the Constitution together. I do not think so. And look, let me say this. There have been issues. The proceedings are happening at Edu Lodge. Why? Why is it not happening at the judicial, the court complex? Look, my brother Alfred, can you imagine a situation where the head of the judiciary will now be coming back now, for want of a better word, like somebody accused?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so these are all the reasons why the committee members came out and said, look, let's get a place so comfortable, a place so detached from the judiciary, where she can feel comfortable, appear quietly, no media razzmatazz. Have you seen that there have not been any media, things about the proceedings quietly until her press conference the last time? I want to say this, and I say this forcefully. President John Dramani Mahama, took the oath of office before her ladyship, Justice Gertrude Tokon, and swore an oath, which oath is swore that you do justice to all manner of persons, but more importantly, respect the laws of this country. What else can President Mahama do under the circumstance? Imagine, just for a minute, that President Mahama has taken a procedure that is not sanctioned by Constitution. Our brothers and sisters in the MPP would have used this as ground for his removal, as having breached the Constitution, particularly his oath of office. Now, a compliance with the Constitution should rather get the commendation from an association made up of lawyers. Where from this notion that this thing will create a bad precedent? What does it mean for a bad precedent? If tomorrow, okay, look, tomorrow, an MPP administration comes, I don't know the outcome of the committee's work, and say, okay, under President Mahama, a CJ was removed. Today, the Chief Justice of the Republic is Martin Kpebu. And for that matter, I am going to remove, because even when there are no petitions, it's for that president. And let's remember this. No president, and I repeat, no president is happy superintending upon an impeachment proceeding against a chief justice. No president. And President Mahama is not an exception. But it's an uncomfortable duty that he must perform as sanctioned by the Constitution. Not doing would amount to a desecration, a violation of the 1992 Constitution. I am expecting that an association made up of lawyers, with respect, would ground their proposition in law and say, Mr. President, to our mind, what you are doing violates the Constitution. Why? When President Mahama appointed Justice Kwame, when President Mahama appointed Justice Yawapao, the Ghana Bar Association, then led by President Nene Amegachi, Justice Amegachi, what happened? They went to Supreme Court to challenge that decision by President Mahama. So if the bar today feels strongly that a rule of law or a procedure, the Constitution, has not been complied with, why not use the court rather than draw President Mahama into a conversation not specifically grounded in law? That kind of invitation, with the greatest respect, ought to be declined. Okay. And that is why you see that the call, more or less, for a reversal of the suspension to be an invitation to the president to engage in an unconstitutional conduct.
I see. But
until then, I think that we should permit the rule of law to take its course. The leadership, the Chief Justice, is ably being represented by no other lawyer, by Senior Ayikwe Otu, a very respected lawyer who knows his ways around the law, among others. And so I strongly believe once the evidence against the Chief Justice will be subjected to strict proof, rigorous cross-examination, I think that if it's without merit, it will become clear to everybody, Alfred.
I see. But let me bring in Dr. Jato here on this matter, because flowing from what Edujita Maklo has indicated, it is a constitutional, and this is something we've said consistently here, a constitutional provision that is at play, essentially, and the president following the dictates of the Constitution. The Ghana Bar Association hasn't departed from its position that, in their view, this is not the way to go. Essentially asking that she be reinstated and then the process will play out. This morning, we're just getting some new information from Lawyer Edujita Maklo that there are judicial service staff who are essentially witnesses or testifying against the Chief Justice at this hearing of the committee of the petitions against her. How prudent would it be to have her reinstated when this process is going on with such detail as we have heard this morning?
Thank you very much. It's always going to be difficult to follow a lawyer when we are talking about law. So He's the expert. So it's like I'm the only non-lawyer, actually two of us.
Yes.
So it's difficult to follow a lawyer when it comes to legal issues, because I'm going to say something, he's going to quote the Constitution and say, hey, this is not the case. But I'm going to try. So ADG, I'm going to try to see what I can do to follow what you've said. The first thing is, how come you know so much about the process? It's just curious. You are not a lawyer to any of the people there. You are not in the room there. How did you come by this information? It's like it's prime information. It's sensitive information. It's detailed information. Who gave it to you? I think we should find out that, because I can understand if you were in there. If you are one of the lawyers, then of course, is that covered by lawyer-client privilege? Then I won't probe. But if not, I would really want to know, and I think the public wants to know, how you know that people are testifying when you are not part of the process in any way. You are not a lawyer for any of them. So that is like something curious. It just hit me, and it is. Secondly, my position on this Chief Justice thing is known. It's a beating heart. I've said it here again and again and on so many platforms. I personally think she's gone. I personally think that she's not going to win this case. I personally think that is done, that she's not going back to that office as a Chief Justice. I've said that. Two, I've also said that I'm proud of her fight against the case that she's taking on. In fact, EDG just said something that Kwaku Bakwenko challenged the case of Supreme Court. It was thrown out. Probably if it was entertained and then the judge, the Supreme Court comes out with its rulings, maybe they would have helped a lot in the current issue. So I'm happy that she's fighting it. I'm happy that the cases are going to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is making rulings. And the last time you said I was right when I said that it will help regional jurisprudence of these cases. So again, I'm happy that she's fighting it. I'm happy that she's not sitting down and just taking it, that she's going all out. In fact, I'm even happy that she has also taken her case to the general public. Basically inviting us into this very sensitive case. You said, look, this is what is happening to me, and I'm the Chief Justice, or I was Assistant Justice. If this is happening to me, you can imagine what will happen to you. So again, I think her fight, I've said it, is virtuous. I think her fight is right, and I think that people will learn from her. Look, when we hear the history of Yaa Asantewaa, I don't think Yaa Asantewaa thought that she was going to defeat the Europeans when they came. No. It was the fact that she realized that no, even if they lose, somebody has to stand and fight for something. It's her deep belief that not standing up to fight a system that she believed was bloody, injustice, and would kill them is worse than fighting and dying with pride. So I think this woman is fighting so that even if she dies with honor, she dies with dignity, she dies with her pride. And I think that's what. So I salute her for that. I think it's a good fight. It's a right fight. She should go ahead. And whatever happens, she can be proud of the fight she put up. Sometimes, in times of moral crisis, the deepest places of hell, we are told, are left for those who claim to be neutral. Because it's important that you rise up, you raise your hand, and you take a stand. And then you fight for it. You may lose, but history will remember that when the time came, you did not claim some anonymity, you did not claim some neutrality, but then you stood up and you fought. And I think that is what the Ghana Bar Association is doing. They are saying that, look, we might be wrong in law, as we're saying, but history will record that. When this was happening, when the first time the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana was being removed under this constitution, when this grave issue was happening, we stood up, we took a position, and we fought for it. And that, for me, there is pride and there's honor in that. Look, if institutions of government or if public and private institutions are always stand up, there was a time we were talking when we started, people was rising up.
Yes.
And that is what they are doing. Is that rising? Is that to say that, look, hey, we are going to take a position, and we are going to defend this position to the very end. We are consistent. And now I think that is what they are doing. So for me, I'm glad that they are taking that position. Again, I don't know the law enough to know whether it's right or not. But the fact that they rose up, they've raised their hand, and they raised their hand, they're doing it, it's virtuous. It's a good fight. And I think that they're going to do that.
That's where the point about you not knowing whether it's right or wrong in law is where Lawyer Tamaklo was making the argument. That, you see, you can take a position like this, you know, as a non-lawyer, essentially. And you say that, in your view, she's a goner. You maintain that position consistently. But then again, when it is coming from the Bar Association, the position cannot be analyzed in oblivion or outside of what the association stands for. It's a group of lawyers.
Thank you. So that's what I'm saying, that I will let the two lawyers, Martin and Eduji, do that. And I think they have it covered. They will cover the legal. But I'm looking at it in terms of advocacy. I'm taking a look at it even standing for an institution, the bar. Those things can be political, it can be policy, and it can be advocacy. And I think that's what they are doing. They are simply trying to say that when this history is being written, let history record that the Ghana Bar Association for this. They are playing to history. They are making their case known that when one day this history will be written, and I've said it, anybody who will write the history of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama must know this. And it's not going to be an anecdote in his history. No, it's going to be a chapter, if not a book on its own. Ghana Bar Association wants to be known. In fact, they are also hoping that there will be a full chapter, if not a full book, dedicated to what they said and that they have been consistent in this fight. That is what I'm saying, and that's what it's good that we should take it away. And then I asked the question. There's the union representing that. She's supposed to be the head of that union, right? Where is the union?
I mean, okay.
The union of, where is that union? I always believe that unions are biased. Natural unions are biased. In fact, unions do not exist for the institutions. That they say unions exist for the people in the institutions. The chief, did she pay her union dues? Was she, her union, did they pay dues?
So if there's seeming silence, what does the silence tell you?
I don't know. I'm saying, did they pay dues?
Yes,
so she paid her dues. So she's a union member, she pays her dues, she's a member in good standing, and now that she needs the union most, they are quiet. Like, for me...
What does their silence tell you?
I don't know. There could be two things. One, are they silent because they think she's guilty?
What's the name? Alfred.
No, yes.
You see, my brother...
That's a quick
Jatu
intervention, yes.
Yes, a quick one. My brother Jatu is a political scientist. At least you should do a bit of our political history. If you recall, with respect, when Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was removed, okay, one of the judges who sat on the commissions to investigate Mr. Kofi Bakun and all of those, Igala and Co. was Justice Apalu. The history will show this. When the CPP, after CPP was proscribed and it came under demand, there was an attempt to remove Apalu using parliamentary proceedings. So that if Apalu had gone to Parliament and gone through the parliamentary proceedings as the Chief Justice of the new Supreme Court, right, what would then have happened was that they would take a vote on him and would have been removed. When the young lecturer there at KNUST, Dr. Amwakutufor, took the matter to the Supreme Court, then Court of Appeal, the court intervened and stopped the process, scuttled it. Again, when the GBA attempted to remove Abba through the writ action, the court again intervened and stopped it. When my respected senior, Brata Kwete, decided to remove Chief Justice Akwa, the court again intervened in Franka J. Chum and scuttled it. Why this? Possibly we need to find out what exactly is happening.
Okay.
As a political scientist, maybe you should advert your mind to that.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think it's
those
some
are
good
more legal cases.
intervention
I agree.
as well.
I mean, your knowledge about those things, I will not question them. But I'm still making the point. I'm making self-stance that the union, we've not heard from them. Maybe they could come out and say that this case is so bad that we will not touch it, or they could come out to say that we don't agree that we agree that there's merit, so we'll not touch it. But I'm saying that shouldn't history record their position? Shouldn't the history, when we are documented, shouldn't they, like you just rightly said, Eduji, that one day we will reference this case, talk again. Shouldn't we at least have the buy-in of that union, saying that this was where we stood, this is what we decided, this was what we thought when the time started? Because I think that is important. That gives us a kind of a more complete 360 perspective of this. That this is what the woman is saying. This is the law we've been told. This is what the Constitution has said. And this is what the bar has said. She's a member of the bar. At least the member of the bar has said something. As an individual, she's stating her position. And she's doing that both within the committee and in the press. 1. 2, she's a member of the bar. The bar has stated its position. 3, Therefore, she's also a member of the union. What is the union's position? I'm not saying the union should support it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the union should not support it. That's not what I'm saying again. But I'm saying that for the sake of history and for the sake of tomorrow, the position of the bar, if it's known, will help. So because tomorrow, one day, I think that the bar will come out to support somebody if the person is being fought. Or the bar will come out not to support somebody. And when that happens, we'll rephrase this. Like Eduji said, he made an argument that is very important. He said that under some regimes, the GBA goes quiet. And under some regimes, the GBA becomes loud. Good. Then we can make that argument to the GBA. Why are you quiet when, they say, the NDC is in power? And why are you all of a sudden loud when the NPP is in power? Those are very legitimate concerns. We can ask the question, why do you do that? But it's the same way that we are saying, because I think that, I don't know, maybe, is it possible that in the past, the union has made pronouncement? Have they ever made pronouncement on none of these issues? Okay. If they have, why haven't they? All right. In this case.
Not that.
Or is it that based on their bylaws and everything, they are supposed to be quiet? If it is their bylaws or their rules of establishment that says that just be quiet when this is happening, then I respect that. But if there's no provision like that, at least we should know their position.
Well, but at least with the position of the Bar Association as has been espoused over the period, at least with what we heard on Monday as well, it points out something, is it not? Because if you look at what the Bar Association has said since this entire thing began, they refer to eschewing vengeance. I mean, some have referenced Loretta Lamte serving a 10-month suspension, and I believe her removal process also lasted about 7 months, correct? Chaired by Justice Enini Aboa, the former CJ. And then now what we are seeing playing out now. Because you are a member of the association, it still comes back to the advocacy that Dr. Zato talks about, whether it has any foundation whatsoever in law, or it is meant to achieve something else. Because in that advocacy, you will still refer to the constitutional dictates that supports the advocacy coming from a bar association full of lawyers. Their call is that the suspension should be reviewed, looking at its implication on the judiciary. They say it's a poor precedent that is being set. That's the position of the Bar Association on this, that she could be reinstated and then the process will still go on. Is that feasible?
In theory, definitely Article 14611, the president can, right? But that's, so if when you say is that feasible, so the reason I'm answering is that it means that in law, I have to answer the legal part first before I will then give further explanation, because some viewers may want to know, is it allowed under the law? I'm saying yes, under the law it is. That's as a theoretical matter. So let's read here. It says Article 146, Clause 11. Says the president may at any time revoke a suspension under this article. Let me read again. The president may at any time revoke a suspension under this article. Yes, it's feasible under the law. But the law too doesn't work in a vacuum. You have to combine the law with the facts, right? The facts on the ground. So far, you see, the troubling thing is that my bar association has not demonstrated why. If you just say a dangerous precedent. So right now, as I said, I'm trying to Google to find out that the time the other 12 justices were removed, when the Anas expose came, did the Bar Association come to make such a statement that it's a dangerous precedent to remove the 12 justices of the High Court, etc.? It's a difficult matter, the way the Bar Association is handling this, and I'm trying to be very objective. I don't just want to, just criticize them for the sake of criticism. But, so taking it objectively, we all know that the petitions leaked, right? But the Supreme Court says the fact that the petitions have leaked doesn't mean that we can then go ahead and discuss. We cannot discuss the details of the petitions. But all I can say is that please, when you read those matters, please, let's not trivialize the petitions. Let due process continue. Because for the Bar Association to say dangerous precedent, there is a vengeance, we like this and there is that political vendetta, we like vengeance, etc. in this context, it's difficult. It's difficult to rationalize, right? These are very serious matters. We should let due process go on. If they had said, the president should lift the petition, the suspension, and then let Chief Justice Tokono resign, right? Accept a resignation, notwithstanding the other Supreme Court decisions. That one, yes, I've said it time with a number, that if it's about making sure she gets a dignified exit, resignation, so that she can keep her benefits, that one I'll vote for it any day. Okay, because I think we've dragged this matter enough.
Exactly.
And if we don't stop at a point, you see that the general system will suffer more. You remember even in the Bible, when Pontius Pilate, they asked, no, even before they got to Pontius Pilate, the high priest said, there is more wisdom in giving up Jesus Christ so that there will be peace in society, right? Because they didn't want any trouble with the Romans. So what I mean is that there's more wisdom now in giving her a dignified exit than to continue to fight this out. Because as we fight out, yes, the press conference Chief Justice Tokono gave would help with the future law reforms, etc. But overall, the fight, the high political temperature, etc., I don't think are worth it. Let's give her a dignified exit. Then she goes. Yes.
But does this position that the GBA takes consistently help in itself?
No, the GBA, right now, what the GBA is doing, GBA is losing credibility, fast declining in credibility.
How? Why do you say
this is a GBA that first issue, their first statement, do you readily have it? We can read from it. The first statement they gave on this matter, they said, yes, it's okay, let due process go on, and they stayed. And that was okay. It's good that they said, yes, let the thing be done under due process, right? Then they shifted, they didn't announce the media review conference well, and went and met a few lawyers, less than 60, voted to say the removal process is not good, all the unsavory things they did, that resolution. We came here and condemned it. But it tells you that they haven't learned. It looks like they are digging in their heels. The GBA is digging in their heels. It's not good. As an association, I expected, that's when we showed that Mrs. Ifuagati, you see people even brought pictures of her in MPP attire on an MPP platform with Joe Gatti, her husband. I thought that would have told her that, look, Ghanaians are watching. So even if it were anything, I even think that Mrs. Ifuagati should not be the person to give such a speech, because you see, it's very difficult for citizens to separate her from the MPP. So she should have even known the messenger. She's not the right messenger for this kind of message. Madam Ifuagati, this speech, you shouldn't have read it. Let somebody who is not tied to the MPP openly. Yes, you may be MPP inside, right? So somebody who may be MPP inside, but once there isn't public, there are not enough facts to link the person, the message would have sunk in more. But once you are MPP, your husband is MPP, the moment you give such speeches, all people, discerning citizens see is that you are trying to paint the government black for political ends. Madam Ifuagati, let it be clear, I think this is the last time you should give a speech on this matter. Please separate yourself.
What?
Yeah, it's not good. The optics are very bad. People have your pictures in MPP attire on MPP platforms, campaigning with your husband. You can never be an honest broker in this matter. Madam Ifuagati, you can't be an honest broker in this matter. Give people who have not shown political affiliation, even though they may have it. It's possible even the person you allow to do this can be more entrenched in MPP, etc. But once the optics are not against that person, discerning citizens are likely to listen to that person more than yours. Because for you, with the MPP attire and on an MPP platform. Never. Because all people are reading into is that you are using this thing for party politics. Yes,
Right.
that's it. Because when you say dangerous, the words, I'm like, but what kind of words? I don't see what they are anchored on. Unless maybe I didn't hear the part before Madam Ifuagati said dangerous president, etc. Did she tell you which specific part of the proceedings she was doing? In any event, when she's not allowed to...
She said it was a poor precedent, making reference to the fact that other international bodies have even waded in the call for her to be, the suspension to be, reviewed.
As a lawyer, when you say poor precedent, it means that there is, just say others have asked for the rate to be reviewed. It's not sufficient. The thing is that what in the proceedings makes it a poor precedent? What in the proceedings? When Madam Ifuagati, is not allowed to discuss the proceedings. So you see, we are in a tight corner, like you say, a pickle, right? Yes, or catch-22. Everywhere you pass, you are blocked. They say, hey, don't discuss this matter. So, poor precedent, on which matter? On which particular facts? Unless maybe if you are dealing with the parts that have been dealt with and have finished, you see, then and what you are allowed to discuss, maybe let's say if you're saying prima facie, you didn't see the ruling, maybe you see the thing, because that one they finished prima facie, because Ekufuado did the prima facie ruling when Professor Azar did the petition for the removal of Chief Justice, and that prima facie ruling came up. So we thought that, okay, then that's a good step. So this one too, we're expectant that we'll see the prima facie. Maybe if you had said because there was no prima, you've not seen it, and so that's it, good. But when you just come out, dangerous president speaking in the air, then it's difficult. It's difficult.
But Martin, why haven't we seen that prima facie case?
Yeah, so we've been saying it. So you see that here we've said it.
Maybe DG would tell us why we haven't seen it.
And that one, we've said that Ekufuado, Nebuchadnezzar even brought out.
Why haven't we seen it?
Let's not.
You are the inside man today.
I don't think it would be fair. I don't think it would be fair to call him that. No. I don't think it would be fair. No. I'm talking about lawyer Martin. Let's not go there. Yes, I don't think it would be fair. Let's not go there.
Oh, Dr. Adam Bona. He's there. Let me greet Adam Bona.
Yes,
by your Sapri
so that please let's not go there. Let's stop that.
Yes. Once in a while we have to make light movements.
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further. So you see what Madam Ifuagati is done. When I was like, I looked for it. I listened a number of times. I was like, you see, we are lawyers. Before you come to the conclusion, you base it on some facts. On the specific proceedings. Maybe, you see, Chief Justice Tokono has a judicial review application. She's in the High Court. Maybe if the High Court, assuming hypothetically, had ruled certain way in her favor, and the suspension is not been lifted, then you say that, but the High Court says this, you've not lifted it. Good. Okay. So all I'm saying is I have not seen facts that warrant the statement that this is a dangerous precedent. Madam Gatti, please, listen, it's not good. It's not good. There will be life after this removal process. There will be life.
There's a question for you, okay? So, because I need to take this quick break. But John Mensah from LA is what he says. This position, was it a GBA position, or he says sounded more like an MPP position? In what reviews or processes do official GBA speeches go through before they are okayed to be read, published? Can Lawyer Kpebu, as a member, tell us?
Okay, so by our constitution, there is the Bar Council. So maybe also when Madam Gatti read it, maybe henceforth the GBA presidents, or when a speech is to be read, we should be told that this has gone through the Bar Council. In any event, the Bar Council itself has to be reviewed. You know, people have complained that certain persons have been on it for too long. There are some persons who are known to be affiliated with the MPP, and so we no longer wish that they are on that Bar Council because we want the GBA to be more neutral. So you see that once you have certain persons on the Bar Council who are openly MPP, People don't feel. That's why I see people, citizens have more lawyers no longer see the association as representing them.
Right.
Yeah, because the NPP elements are too strong, even at that level. Right.
Right.
So those are there. So the man asking, even if you talk about the bar council, there are still you will still find NPP people in there. Right.
Okay.
So we want to have a more structured bar council that doesn't have political affiliates.
Right.
Yes. If you want to be a political affiliate, yes, be in your mainstream politics. Let the bar council be more neutral than being anchored on political party lines.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to go for this quick break. When we are back, we're going to Ablekuma North because in the coming days, there's a lot more to expect with what the MPP intends to do. So we'll lay the foundation today. Right after this quick break, Musa Dankwa is the Director of Global Info Analytics, going to be joining us. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is Key Point on TV3. We are live on the Voice of London Radio in the heart of the city of London. Also on 3FM 92.7. My outfit this morning, as you see every Saturday on Key Point, I'm clothed by Kogra Clothing. It's the best version of you. And you can locate them on the Spintex Road, 18 Junction, opposite the Allied Oil Filling Station, on the ground floor, same building with the Ghana Made store. Contact them on 0244 238 341. That's 0244 238 341 for this outfit and many others you've seen me wear. Or you can look out for them on social media. Kogra Clothing, spelled COLGRA, on Facebook, Instagram, and on Twitter as well. Now, a number of your messages on the issues as discussed so far, and I'll read just the last part of it. Dr. Akwe says, good morning. For Agate to speak in Red Church asking for the president or the procedure to avoid vengeance is one that raises serious concerns. What is going on rather vindicates the in-camera clause. The GBA threatened a protest, or do note that the GBA president indicated that the GBA met the suspended CJ on the day she wrote to the president asking for copies of petitions. This letter was copied and leaked through a radio station. Lawyer Masbo, we want to make a quick point, and then I'll move on to the Ablekuma North matter. Very quickly. Counsel.
Yeah.
Quick one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
And,
No, that's
sorry.
fine.
Okay, this one.
Maybe, okay, let's shift on so that when I gather it, there's
Perfect.
a fact I'm
says,
fact checking.
Why the former Chief Justice bring the angle of her late uncle? This one from Papa Bishu, you say, thank you very much for your message. This one here from Musa and Nima says the GBA president is only doing politics, nothing more, nothing less. Was it wrong when the same Article 146 was used to remove Loretta Lamte and Charlotte Osei? Until these questions are answered, please let us, it says, be honest with the facts. Okay, this one here says that two major things are holding our economy back. The government wanting to share profit of the private sector without any investment. 25% corporate tax, he says, is slavery. Thank you very much. This one here says, good morning. It says it was great having Professor Godfrey Bobkin on the program this morning. Can I have his contact? No, unfortunately you cannot, until he gives that permission for me to do so. Thank you. Dr. Peter, is it into me? Thank you very much for your message this morning. This Ablekuma North situation has evolved over the period. In fact, that's the only constituency without representation in Parliament. The constituents are only yearning for a representation. That's the only focus. The Electoral Commission had consistently indicated that they needed police protection to finish the coalition. In fact, 2 weeks ago when Dr. Bosman Asare was in Parliament, he was asked a specific question as to whether a rerun was on the table as one of the options. He ruled that out. 2 weeks on, the rerun of the 19 polling stations has been announced by the Electoral Commission. But let me just give you an idea of how chaotic this process has been. Take a look.
All your officers are today. Come and see this signature and this signature. Come and see this signature and this signature. Please, we will authenticate the signature. Media, come and look at the signature. Media. Look at the signature.
So on the 9th of December 2024, Irabana Obin was declared MP-elect, but the Electoral Commission ruled that out, that declaration was done under duress. And this is why. Take a look.
19 polling stations, and NPP had 27,170. NPP had 28,151. On that note, I declare Eura Abna as the MP selected.
You just saw the Electoral Commission nullified this declaration because per their own assessment they said it was done under their returning officer there did this declaration under duress. On the 4th of January, the High Court ordered the Electoral Commission to complete the collation process because of the violence that I showed you. But Musa Dankwa is the Director of Global Info Analytics, joining us on Zoom for a brief conversation. Dankwa, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Perfect. Now, Dr. Zato, and this just in the next 3 minutes, why do you contest, well, do you align with the MPP's position that the Electoral Commission does not have the power to declare a rerun of 19 polling stations, because the EC's objective in doing this is to just end this matter so that the people would have representation in Parliament?
Thank you very much. As to the ability or the legality of them running it, I will leave it to the lawyers and with the court. They may determine whether that is so. I don't know that. But this is what I do know. The EC has been all the parties in this process have been very consistent in their positions. The NDC has always asked for a rerun because they believe that in a rerun, right? Good. The EC has been very consistent in what they've said. They said, look, we've got the numbers, we've got everything to declare. That there are only 3 outstanding polling stations that we need to do that. And that all that we need, all that we simply need is for the police to provide us the needed security and safety to declare this. That has been the EC's position since they started. And you rightly mentioned, the EC went to court, to Parliament, and under oath, they still said, we don't need a rerun. We have all the results, we have everything to declare. And they said, even if we need a rerun, just in 3 polling stations where we think that the things have been compromised. So everybody's position has been known. The question we want to ask is, what changed? What made the EC change its position? I didn't do science in school, but they're talking about Newton's laws of motion. There's lots of a body in motion, in a stagnant will continue to stand until a force acting outside it helps it to move. There's something to that extent. My point, what was the force? What made the EC do this U-turn? Something has been. There has been something. Something so huge. This is how let's say that.
They explain it in their statement.
Yeah. That what? Because my point is that they explained this, but the MPP said that they were not they don't know about it. The point I'm trying to make is that something forced the EC to change their position. From the principal position they've always had, from the correct position they've always had, that look, we have the figures, we have the numbers, we can declare them. We only need security. One, the security has not come, the safety has not come. And then you declare this. And so I want to ask myself, what changed? What made the EC do this? And I look and I see what happened was what the chairman of the NDC said. The chairman of the NDC said a clear, explicit complaint. We will remove you and your 2 deputy ministers.
You think that's what led to this?
He said, yes. I want to believe that is that force, is that pressure that led the EC to acquiesce. It is that pressure that led the EC to give in. It is that pressure that allowed the EC to bend over. It is that led them to flip-flop, because if not, something happened. That is the only thing happened. And I think the EC is hoping that when they do this, they will protect their jobs.
Okay.
They were hoping that when they do this, the NDC will not remove them. But listen, it is too late. It is too late. Please, this will not stop it. There is a agenda, and the general and the chairman of the NDC has made it clear. You are being removed and you will be removed. So I think that doing this as a sacrificial lamb, you cannot use Ablekumanov as a sacrificial lamb to the NDC to allow you to stay in power. Okay. It's not going to happen.
But is it within the power of the NDC chairman to remove an electoral commission chair?
He said he's going to remove them. I don't know what powers he had, but he said it.
Because you're continuously making reference.
Yes, I'm making reference because I'm saying that was the only thing that has changed.
Did he say he's going to remove the EC chair?
He said they're going to remove them. Yes, he said the EC chair and his deputies will be removed. He said that, and he made that point clear.
You want to make specific reference to a quote So I'll give you the time to...
No, I'm not trying to make a specific reference to Kobe Garden House. Because what I know is that...
So I'm just going to... Because you're looking onto your...
No, I'm not looking at that. It's something else. No, I'm not trying to...
I just want to read what the specific detail of what the Electoral Commission said led to the decision for a rerun.
Okay.
Because you are questioning the Commission's decision now. 2 weeks ago, they said they were not going to do a rerun.
Yes.
Now they've come out to say they will. And they give a reason for that. And I don't know if you've seen the statement. The statement says, as part of its commitment to resolve the impasse regarding the Ablekumanov Constituency parliamentary election, the Electoral Commission yesterday, Tuesday, July 1, met with representatives of the MPP and NDC. The meeting, Prof. Dr. Zazo,
I'm listening.
The meeting, which was a follow-up to an earlier meeting held on Thursday, 12 June 2025, provided both parties the opportunity to brief the Commission on any new development regarding the said constituency. The parties informed the Commission that their positions put forward at the last meeting remain unchanged. The NDC held a view that the Electoral Commission should have a rerun in 37 polling stations, because scanned pink sheets from 37 polling stations, which were used to collate the results, were provided by the MPP. The MPP was of the view that the results from 3 outstanding polling stations be collated and a winner declared, since the NDC agents had verified and confirmed the scanned polling station results. It is important for the public to understand that the issue in contention has to do with the fact that 37 pink sheets provided by the NPP and used to collate the results were scanned copies. The public may recall that political party supporters besiege our coalition center. It goes on, and after extensive deliberation, the Commission informed the political parties that it will proceed to rerun the election in 19 out of the 37 polling stations. And they go on to say it is instructive to know that the Commission was able to secure the presiding officer's verification and confirmation for 18 scanned polling station results. And the rest that they couldn't secure the verification and confirmation of the presiding officers, they cannot go ahead to declare it.
Okay, so before...
What exactly have they done
wrong? My point is that when did they do this extensive deliberation? Was it before the deputy went to parliament and swore the oath that they had written?
The date is there. It says they had a meeting on the 12th June and that was 1st July.
So did the deputy lie, did the EC lie to parliament? Because the EC went to parliament and said that we have everything, there's no need for rerun. That even if there will be a rerun, it's only 3 policies. So did they lie? Did the EC lie to parliament when they said that? If they did not lie, my question is that what? Because see, when you go to parliament, you raise your hand, you take an answer. You are not Jewish. You don't do that on a whim. It means that you would have done your homework, you would have done your consultation, you would have consulted your data to arrive at that conclusion. So when you now go there and come and now you are saying that after that, then it means that something pushed you. This is what I just want to quote the last thing of what the national chairman of the NDC said. Look, there has to be a change. I think the top 3 leaders must all go. The chairperson, G. Mensah, and her deputies, Bosman Asare and Samoteti, they must all go. They have been managed this action you've done just goes to confirm to him that you've been managed the EC. So if your purpose was to save your jobs, too bad. If your purpose was to stay there, too bad. You will still go because what you've done has just damaged your reputation beyond repair.
Mr. Dankwa, what's the trend analysis for this Ablekumanov constituency? What was your prediction in there? Because this constituency has been won by the MPP since it was created, is it not?
Yes, it has been won by MPP since it was created. And it was deemed to be a safe constituency for the MPP until we spotted the danger in the period prior to the last election. Indeed, the last poll that was conducted in Ablekumanov before the elections, around October 15th or so, NDC was leading by a whisker, by just 0.0 something percentage points in the Ablekumanov constituency. So for me, it wasn't surprising that the results of the election was on a knife edge.
I see. But then again, you categorize it in the Dom Kwabena kind of situation, that there was going to be a possible flip.
Yes, it was supposed to be flipped, even though we knew it was very close. And any race that was very close, NDC won them. So this wouldn't have been a different from the rest of the areas we saw NDC was winning.
I see. And Lady Tamaklo, There's a quick one on this one, if you're there. Hello, Council?
I'm here.
Yes.
I'm waiting patiently for my time.
Yes. And
okay, so you see,
the next 3 minutes.
This is a decision that was taken in my presence. I, as the Director Legal, with the Deputy National Election Director, Jibril Mahdi, went for the program. We first attended one on 12 June. And in that meeting, we're led by our Deputy General Secretary, Lawyer Barbara Asamoah Tanko, Computer, myself, and Jibril. At that meeting, I proposed, in fact, Deputy General Secretary asked me to speak. So I proposed that we should have a by-election. And the reason I gave was simple, that we need a solution that factors the electorates. Because whereas my brother Evans Nimakun, Honorable Ebenezer Nate, were insisting that we should limit it to only 3, I said that the commissioners are put in the position of Solomon to deal with these 2 women, the baby thief and the one whose own child. But we need an outcome that will salvage or keep the child. So the commissioners, after I gave my proposal, my brother Evans gave a counter proposal that we should limit it to only 3. I said, look, the 3 will not factor, simply because we started with 62 polling stations for a rerun. When we went for the 12 June meeting, Madam, after I spoke, Madam Jane Mensah then asked me that, he said, lawyer, you are not being fair. You are not being fair because you brought 54 carbonized sheets. The MPP accepted your 54 carbonized sheets. They have brought 25 carbonized sheets. You don't want. You said we should limit it to 62. So in that meeting, Madam Jane Mensah said no. And I said, okay, we'll concede on the 62. So we dropped the numbers that then the MPP's 25 should also be accepted. It brought the numbers to 37. So it was the 37 on June 12 that I made a proposal, being led by my senior Barbara, that we should do the rerun. The MPP said no. So Madam Jane Mensah said, okay, then they'll go and come back. It was within that time that Dr. Bosmanasari appeared before Parliament. So I was taken aback. Mm-hmm. So we received a message that we should appear before the commissioners on the 1st of July. So when we appeared on the 1st of July,
right,
Madam Jane Mensah said, he said, look, Eduji, you said 37. However,
thank you.
About 18 polling stations, our officers were able to confer. Then Madam Jane Mensah then further said, look, we saw what happened in Dome Pabenya. That gave you NDC 1 parliamentary seats.
Right.
So in fairness, it is only in 19 polling stations that we are unable to get our officers to confirm.
Right.
So for fairness, let's go and have the rerun in the 19.
19.
So at all material time, Professor Dr. Zato may not be aware.
Right.
Madam Jane Mensah was the one who insisted. We were looking for 62 polling stations.
I see. Thank you.
She watered it down to